Good afternoon, everybody. This is the Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee. Chairman Schleifer, chair of the committee. To my left is Council Vice President Sharon Middleton. To her left is Councilman Chris Burnett. We have others who will be joining us shortly. This first hearing is on 24-0209R, and it's for the purpose of inviting the representatives from Baltimore City Department of Transportation, the Maryland Department of Transportation, the Department of Public Works, the Department of Housing and Community Development, the Parking Authority of Baltimore City, the Mayor's Office on Infrastructure Development, the Office of Equity and Civil Rights, Baltimore City Public School System, Bike-More community leaders, local business owners, and other interested parties to discuss the process of developing new bike infrastructure, the rationale for investing in bike infrastructure and its relationship to the larger public transit infrastructure needs and goals, how to achieve greater neighborhood engagement from private citizens and business owners, and the strategic planning of new infrastructure for all communities, including updated funding models and consideration of public safety ramifications of existing and proposed infrastructure before developing new bike infrastructure. This is at the request of Council Vice President Middleton, and so I will turn the floor over to her before we get started.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude for you convening this hearing. The information presented is not only intended to benefit the residents of the 6th District, but also to serve the entire city of Baltimore. The purpose of this hearing is to provide residents with a comprehensive understanding of the bike lane infrastructure. Since I introduced this hearing, I received hundreds of emails regarding complete streets. It is important to clarify that this informational hearing is not related to advocating for or against the Complete Streets Ordinance. I remember the initial implementation of the bike infrastructure pilot program in Roland Park, a community I represent. There was a need for adjustment because it became evident after the lanes were not functioning as intended. This stresses the importance of effective communication and dialogue. It is essential to emphasize that this hearing was not prompted by one specific group contacting my office. Rather, it aims to foster open discussions and constructive interactions transcending just information between motorists and cyclists. In conclusion, today's hearing seeks to facilitate a candid dialogue between Baltimore residents and the Department of Transportation. Regardless of one's location within the city, community affiliations, or mode of transportation, the goal is to ensure that bike infrastructure serves a practical purpose for all. I could sit here and give loads of examples that really expresses how I'm personally feeling and how I have been feeling as we've been working to pick a date for this hearing. And just from the hundreds of emails that I got, really concluded in my eyes that we really needed to have this hearing. I felt like there was another narrative out there to change the actual reason why I called this hearing. And, you know, I understand that when people testify and organizations put together form letters, so, you know, and send it to your groups, but, you know, I stress that you really need to look at what the bill is saying. If you have some of the leaders of these organizations, call my office and talk to me. I went through some of those emails And some people put their phone numbers, and I did make personal calls to really explain what this was all about. And at the end of the day, it's all about community-based engagement. And that is what is lacking with with all kinds of things in this city. And this is another subject matter. This is an important matter that's helping to change. There's going to be changes in our city. So, all that to say, I'm going to stop here. We're going to move on with the chair, and we're going to hear from the agencies that I had requested to come here. I excused the Department of Housing and also the city schools did reach out to me, and, basically they, lended their support for this hearing, but they're, going to stay open if I need them to, give any testimony around schools or anything. So on that note, Mr. Chair, it's all yours.
Thank you. We've also been joined by Councilman Torrance and Councilman Conway. And I will first start with the city solicitor's office.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeff Hochstetler with the solicitor's office. We approve the resolution itself for forming legal sufficiency.
Thank you. Department of Finance.
Hello, Benjamin Brosh, Assistant Budget Director for the expenditures for the Department of Finance, Baltimore City. We have reviewed the bill, and our only comment is that we appropriate a relatively small amount for bike lane maintenance within the operating budget. We are not we are not responsible for the production of the capital budget itself. That is through the Department of Planning, and we would expect that they may be better able to answer individual questions on the capital planning process and appropriations that are identified for bike lanes. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Planning. Anybody here from the Department of Planning? I guess they didn't plan to be here. All right, Mayor's Office of Infrastructure Development.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Matt Garbark, Director of the Mayor's Office of Infrastructure Development. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. As I'm sure you're aware, over the last few decades, Baltimore City has lost a substantial amount of funding from the state because dating back to the Great Recession, when a significant amount of highway user revenue was cut, that's never been restored to this point. So many of the top priorities in the capital program are for rehabilitation, maintenance, and reconstruction of roads, bridges, and other assets. Looking at the capital budget specifically, there's about $737 million over 6 years that the Department of Transportation has programmed. Looking specifically at bicycle infrastructure, it appears to be about 1%, about $7.8 million. Just in looking at a much larger jurisdiction that has more funding, D.C. down the road, in comparison, their city DOT's budget is capital budget is $2.4 billion, and they're spending about they're spending about $430 million just on bicycle infrastructure. So what the city's capital program has really been looking at is more of a rehabilitation and maintenance and incorporating a number of different things into overall projects. One thing to note is the federal government, under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, has promoted complete streets as a criterion for some of their funding protocols. There are about 1,700 ordinances through state, county levels. And then the last thing I just want to note is when looking at transit and other issues, bicycle and pedestrian issues are not mutually exclusive. There is the issue of how to get from a bus stop. So having all of that part of a complete streets ordinance has really been effective in really trying to get a project that is wholesome and comprehensive to look at all users of the road. So happy to answer any questions, and I believe you do have my, my submission.
Thank you. Next up, Office of Equity and Civil Rights.
Give me just a second. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice President. Dana Moore for the Office of Equity and Civil Rights. First of all, we are happy that this hearing is happening. Thank you for holding it. We have been kind of on the sidelines watching a lot of the communications and activity that is arising out of the bike infrastructure program here in the city of Baltimore. And one of the things that I've been asked over the course of, I guess, the last 90 to 120 days, what is the equity analysis of that program? And so we have decided to engage in that analysis. We have begun. We are looking at the history of the city's Complete Streets program. We're looking at the legislative history. I've actually pulled it, and there's about maybe 2,000, almost 3,000 pages of documentation that really supports the development of the bike infrastructure program, Complete Streets. We're looking at how the whole program was rolled out, which a lot of that happened at the beginning or during the pandemic, which really altered how we normally engage with community. Looking at how we engage with community, how we did that in 2019 and 2020. I think we really started talking about this, I want to say perhaps as early as 2017. I might be wrong on that date. But I think that our analysis is going to inform how we engage with community going forward. There are lots of different ways that we can do that. And there is no one way, and there is no one perfect way. There are multiple ways, and I think that at the end we will have a really good guide on that. We are going to be reaching out to individuals who have been active and at the forefront of some of the discussions, and if it would be acceptable, Madam Vice President, we would, if there are individuals who've been very active in communicating with you, we would like to communicate with them also and have a better understanding of how they actually feel, about, the bike infrastructure program. I've heard it said that, perception, can be reality, and we just want to make sure and understand how it is that our brothers and sisters across Baltimore are engaging with the bike infrastructure program. We'll be looking at, how different communities were engaged with. Is there a distinction? Is there a difference? How did we do this? At the end, we anticipate providing what I would like to think is a comprehensive report, but also a draft policy that we would be asking everyone to consider about how best to fully engage with diverse communities. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, just a comment for both the Office of Equity and Infrastructure, and I neglected to share too that I am Vice Chair of the Transportation Committee for the National Associations of County, and I have been in that role for many, many, many years, and was also able to tour other cities in this country and looking at, not just bike infrastructure. Being on this committee, I was chair of the Ports Committee. I am very well versed in funding and what's going on. I have a contact as well for that. And just by coincidence, this afternoon I had we had our regular monthly meeting, and a representative from DC was there going over, it just happened to be funding for bike infrastructure, signage, an updated manual for safety signage around, cities and streets and so on. I just wanted to share that information.
Thank you. I would welcome the opportunity to review some of that. And one of the things that I forgot to mention is we'll be reaching out to other communities to see how they engage with their citizens and residents with respect to bike infrastructure. What's happening here is really something that is being experienced across the country, and what you just shared is an example of that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And this is also an example of, you know, what we, of the process that needs to happen, and also more particularly what needs to happen in our communities. It's all about education. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next up, DPW.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice President, members of the committee. I'm Marcia Collins, representing the Department of Public Works. You have our bill report. We are here to provide any assistance we can in these discussions. We do have a seat on the Complete Streets Advisory Committee and have representation there as one of 5 major agencies that have an occupying presence in the rights-of-way. That's why we were selected, along with the other members, and so we're just here to help in any way we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, Parking Authority of Baltimore City.
Thank you, Chairman and council members. I'm Fran Brunzinski with the Parking Authority. We support the intent of this hearing to foster discussion about the bike infrastructure. We generally are in favor of bike infrastructure, subject to coordination with our programs and with our the users of our programs, and I'll be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Baltimore Development Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Luis Cardona, Senior Director of Neighborhood Development with the BDC. Generally speaking, BDC finds protected bike infrastructure to be beneficial for residents, businesses, neighborhoods, commercial corridors, and it's well documented that in addition to raising property values, increasing retail sales for abutting businesses, protected bike infrastructure also encourages slower driving speeds, which makes commercial corridors safer and more welcoming. So we are generally supportive of bike infrastructure in the city, and we frequently partner with DOT to provide bike racks for business owners free of cost. To get a bike rack in partnership with DOT, it requires a property owner and a business owner approval, and over the last few years, we've partnered successfully to install dozens of them across the city, 60% of which have gone to MBE and WBE-owned businesses. We also recognize that many Baltimoreans lack access to a car, and that many rely on protected bike infrastructure to access jobs. This is particularly important with the immigrant community, which is moving to Baltimore at a faster rate than any other demographic in the city. And so we consider protected bike infrastructure to be critical so that folks can continue accessing major job centers, hospitals, schools, and other institutions. We do recognize that protected bike infrastructure can occasionally impinge on some businesses, and we encourage DOT to work with any abutting businesses to minimize detrimental impacts to critical business functions. However, we do not believe the installation of protected bike infrastructure and optimal business operations are mutually exclusive, and we stress the importance of businesses to be able to continue receiving deliveries, accommodate passenger drop-off, and retain street parking wherever possible. It doesn't always make sense to have protected bike infrastructure everywhere in the city. A perfect example is in heavy industrial areas where such infrastructure can not only infringe upon business uses but could be dangerous. So we encourage DOT to work with every business in the city to find a solution that works for them. It's not a one-size-fits-all, but that is our position. I'm standing by for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Department of Transportation. You can pull up your presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair and Madam Vice President. Thank you for having us here this evening. My name is Corinne Johnson. I'm Director of the Department of Transportation, and so we do have a presentation to go through in our response to this hearing request. So before we get started, we'd like to take a look back from a historical standpoint. Throughout the nation, there have been changes. Until roughly a decade ago, Baltimore, like most cities, had very limited bike infrastructure. And with a growing focus on safety for the most vulnerable roadway users, greater awareness about greenhouse gas emissions, and the need for sustainable transportation, there's been greater interest to build safe and comfortable facilities. And it's focused on the safety and comfort of people of all ages and abilities. And so there's different types of facilities that we will install. You'll have the separated bike lanes, which physically separates cyclists from moving vehicles. You have temporary or semi-permanent devices that are installed, including the rubberized curbs, flex posts, and sometimes even large planters. And then there are those permanent changes where it includes concrete curbs, barriers, and on-street parking buffers. And so in this slide, from left to right, we have images of Maryland Avenue as well, and then a 2016 pop-up DOT protected bike lane at Central Avenue. The Baltimore City Bike Master Plan was initially adopted in 2006. It then transitioned, and in 2015, there was an updated master plan. The goal for this one was to create a network of bike facilities, but it wasn't very specific about where or how these low-stress facilities would or should be built. And so then this led us to a 2017 addendum, and that's what focused on establishing a plan to build citywide network of separated bike lanes. So we'll get into a little bit about the bike master plan. The potential roads identified for bike lanes includes looking to seeking connections for residential areas to destinations such as schools, jobs, shopping, entertainment, and parks. Locations that possess high traffic volumes and speeds, and other roadway characteristics that make riding less safe. As far as the factors of prioritizing implementation of the network, these include building to other existing low-stress facilities, maximizing connections to, again, jobs, transit, providing opportunities in low car ownership neighborhoods and also low-income neighborhoods. And the plan itself recommended to have 77 miles of separated and supporting bike facilities that would be implemented between 2018 and 2022. Now, in contrast, in contrast with some of our peer cities, in Boston, for example, they have 76 miles, DC 44, Seattle 63, and Portland 35 miles. And so moving forward, many cities are developing ambitious plans and funding to dramatically expand their networks. Here we have an overview of the bike facilities kind of built out in the mileage per year. You can see the different categories listed: the separated bike facility, the bike boulevards, bike lanes, shared bus bike lanes, and so on. And so overall, from an annual standpoint, we ramped up from the 0.61 and then going up to over 16 lane miles, then to 10, then to 6.3, and then in the last year, 3.57. So all total, we have just under 37 miles. We are making progress, but it's not as great as we had planned in the original plan. The next slide is just a visual graphic of where we have our existing bike network, and anyone can search on Baltimore City DOT's website and find this information. I know it's a little bit hard to see on the slide, but we have it color-coded to designate those different types of facilities, so like the separated bike lane versus the shared bus bike lane, for example. You'll see here, excuse me, a breakout of a visual representation of what our CIP program looks like, so our annual funding through the city's process. So in the fiscal 23, there was 3% of our budget devoted to bike facilities. In 24, 3%, and in the fiscal 25 plan that's been submitted awaiting approval, there's 4%. In comparison, the blue areas represents the alleys and footways. The orange represents our bridge program. The gray or silver color represents resurfacing. The yellow are the reconstruction, streetscape type planning, and also planning projects. Green is traffic, and then the blue are more footways and sidewalk related type of projects. So again, I talked about the CIP, and that is very much a limiter in what we're able to do for all of our program, but particularly in our bike program and developing new infrastructure. We are always seeking funding for the planning, design, and construction of separated bike lanes and the other facilities, but of course the separated bike lanes, because of the cost, they're very dependent upon us applying for and winning various state and federal grants. With those, typically we have to provide a local match. Generally speaking, it might be 20% of the total cost. Sometimes it might go up a little bit more to be more competitive. And so recently we've had greater success with the infrastructure bill and other grant efforts of securing grant funding and moving projects forward. There are many different benefits of bike facilities, and in this kind of circle here, you'll see the safety, health, financial benefits, economic development, equity, and quality of life. The thing about separated bike lanes is that it makes biking safer for those that already bike, but it also encourages those who wouldn't otherwise bike because it's not safe enough without a low-stress facility. So this allows and encourages families, people of all ages with their younger children to get out and ride as well. The presence of more cycling, further increases safety as drivers become accustomed to seeing cyclists and driving more cautiously. And the separated lanes also do double duty as traffic calming, which reduces the amount and severity of vehicle crashes. And these crashes, of course, occur with other vehicles, with pedestrians, and with cyclists. Facilities are also used by people in wheelchairs and those using other transportation options like scooters. And so having safe and available infrastructure is necessary to increasing micromobility usage and providing opportunities for lower cost and more sustainable transportation options. From a health standpoint, it improves air quality, provides people with exercise, helps reduce heart disease, reduce stroke risk, improves mental health, and improves access to health care. These dedicated safe spaces for biking and walking help kids also be active and gain independence. States with the lowest levels of biking and walking have on average the highest rates of obesity, diabetes, and high blood pressure, and this is according to the American Heart Association. Women who walk or bike 30 minutes a day have a lower risk of breast cancer. A 30-minute round-trip bicycle commute is associated with a better mental health in men. From a financial standpoint, it reduced household costs by lowering car dependence. It can also provide greater access to jobs and opportunity. From an economic development standpoint, it can attract and retain educated workforce and companies that hire them, attracts new development along major bike routes when a connected network is present to get around. From an equity standpoint, it improves mobility and can reduce disproportionate transportation burden costs on low-income residents and households. From a quality of life standpoint, it provides recreational and transportation amenities, creates travel mode choice for all demographic groups, and from a traffic standpoint, it can help reduce congestion as the popularity of biking increases, which can reduce vehicle trips and increase the transit mode share. This in turn also reduces conflicts between vehicles and bikes, again, tying to the safety. Earlier, it was referenced about transit and the last mile problem, and so this is a visual graphic of what we're talking about. People are getting from their residences to transit, or from businesses or their jobs, places of employment, wherever their destination is, to the transit location. This is a very pressing challenge that the transportation industry faces today. According to a recent Census Bureau finding, just over 46% of all public transportation commuters prefer to take buses instead of other forms of travel. However, transit stops only provide transportation to preset, high-traffic locations, leaving many commuters to walk the first leg or the last leg of their trip. This has that relationship to the larger public transit needs because this last-mile concept helps to integrate with and improve access to transit. There are, on the buses, they're able to install their bike. We're able to tie this into transit hubs that have bike racks and then integrate it with our separated bike lane network with TOD sites. So whether utilizing bikes or e-scooters that are available throughout the city, these facilities connect people to opportunities. Closing this gap makes transit more attractive and feasible. And of course, we work closely with MTA on our dedicated bus and bike lanes and transit facility initiatives that integrate bike infrastructure. For example, the East-West Transit Priority and the Mondawmin Raise projects. From a community engagement standpoint, a typical major bike project has meetings that will be referenced the 30, 60, and 95% design stage. In certain cases, even if we have like a concept level, there might be engagement prior to that 30% time frame. For a quick build type installation, especially one with coordination with a resurfacing project, then the design needs are a little less in depth, but there's still engagement, and usually there's going to be a 2-meeting schedule, kind of in that 50% range, and then more in that final design stage before the work begins. And so from a DOT standpoint, we identify priority projects to implement from the Bike Master Plan. We come up with some initial concepts to have something to come and show and discuss with communities at their community meetings. We gain that feedback. We'll then look to develop a preferred alternative, and that's taken to that 15% concept design. We have those meetings potentially at that 30, 60, 90 stage. And then at that 95% design stage is when we develop the construction schedule, and then we get to 100% design. We will then go through and do more notification of construction construction start a few weeks before construction begins, and of course construction will begin. There are times also that during construction, community meetings will have a request, and we will go and attend to give them updates on the projects during those times as well. Getting into a few other areas of community engagement. Once a month, we compile data from 311 reports of people parked in bike lanes and dispatch parking enforcement to target those areas with the most reports. These turn into social media posts where we announce about the enforcement. We post on our social media, and these these typically generate roughly 25 comments each. And we usually post 4 to 6 locations for a total of 100 to 150 positive comments across all social media. We have been announcing whether these bike facilities are open or closed during work on major roadways, major bike arteries during our road closure press releases, which has been also giving us some resounding thanks. During the installation of the 28th Street changes, we posted regular updates on this progress. This allowed us to enter the conversation with people who were for and against the changes. When we explained that these changes helped to slow traffic down and keep things safer for businesses, homes, and pedestrians, we were met with a lot of positive feedback. During 2023, we received 4,106 positive comments online for work we had done around the city. An estimated 1/4 of that came from posts about bike lanes. Behind the West Baltimore United project, the 28th Street Bike Lane survey that received the most feedback out of any of our Streets of Baltimore surveys ever. Additionally, we have secured a nearly $10 million Safe Streets for All federal grant, which incorporates widespread educational campaigns. So there is more to come that we're going to be working through that grant process to develop more robust community engagement and meet people where they are. This is one of the projects that we're having here as an example, the Maryland Avenue Cycle Track Safety Program. The protected bike facility provides a safety benefit to non-bicyclists as well. Installation has resulted in fewer fatal and injury crashes for motorists, bicyclists, and pedestrians. The crash reductions along Maryland Avenue counter the observed increases in crashes that we've seen nationwide. Separated bike lanes and bicycle boulevard infrastructure serves as traffic calming, which again makes the street safer for all. And what we're able to do is we can observe and evaluate, make adjustments, and then look at the pre and post crash data to see the effectiveness of those projects. These are just a visual graphics showing the reduction in crashes before installation that went just past 2016, and then that downward trend until recent times. This slide also, you can see that there is a downward trend. So the blue is the pedestrian. So there is that downward trend where in 2015, there were 11 pedestrian crashes, whereas in 2021, there were only 3. In the green, now in 17 and 18, there was a slight uptick, and that is because we actually had more people coming out and biking. So if we were to compare the bicyclists and crashes beforehand and after the project, overall, the crashes are going down, but there was an initial uptick just because more people were using it. And so that's why you'll see in 17 and 18 that it went up some. And then the last graph shows the injury and property damage, both before and after the installation, which also the property damage has that downward trend. The injuries in this graph are a little bit constant, but there's been a slight reduction, with 22 being 29 injuries, as opposed to the rest being mostly in the 30s. And so I would just like to circle back on the safety aspects. And so although this is a bike hearing, and I know there's a lot of impressions and questions people have about bike infrastructure, but it really is a safety issue, not a bike issue. And so those who are not traveling in a protective bubble, the pedestrians, bicyclists, scooter users, and wheelchair users, those are our most vulnerable roadway users. If these most vulnerable roadway users get hit, there aren't crash safety devices around them, and an airbag won't deploy. I personally have been in a crash as a passenger and experienced airbags being deployed and the car being completely mangled. Aside from soreness, bruises, and discomfort, I had no injuries that required any type of true medical attention. But if I had been hit outside of that vehicle, I would likely not be here today. In 2023, DOT received 1,862 requests for traffic calming. These are citizens concerned about safety. They're concerned about speeding, crashes, and the resulting damage, injuries, and potential loss of life. Many people request speed humps in their neighborhoods because they are concerned about the safety of their kids and neighborhoods. And also in fiscal 23, we striped 333 crosswalks because communities were concerned about the safety of pedestrians, in many cases children crossing the street. We should all be concerned with the safety of our fellow Baltimoreans, working together to value and protect lives. We should be concerned about the safety of people like Wayne Richardson and Edgar Draper, who were involved in a crash and died while riding a bike. The same we are concerned about our personal safety and that of our close family and friends. So with that, I'd like to just say thank you for the time, and my team and I are here and available for any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Council Vice President?
Yes. Baltimore is we're an historical old city. Our streets are typically smaller than other cities because of the age of the city and just a lot of historical aspect. We have very diverse cultural neighborhoods that basically are separated from each other. Listening to your presentation, you know, a lot of that is for an ideal city, and I thank you for giving statistics and showing that you're moving forward with bike infrastructure, but as you're doing that, there are problems, and I think the main reason we are here today is because the main problem is lack of community engagement directed to each individual designed area. And we can't specifically keep our communication through just social media or email. We know we have a problem with starting that engagement with people that still are not connected to computers or just really not connected. Some of them still have a problem attending regularly community meetings. We really have to be creative in how we engage and the types of engagement to get to people, especially homeowners that have, you know, had their houses or where they live, worked hard, retirees, they've been in their home for 20, 30, 40, even 50 years, and the communication is not there. And we have a lot of people in Baltimore City that, you know, that's a description. It's not a one-size-fit-all, and listening to you, it almost felt like it was a one-size-fit-all. And I think that's part of the problem. I think you're going to be hearing testimony because of that problem. There are also bike lanes that were created early on when we first started this process, where I guess it has been shown that you might get one person riding that bike lane one time a week. I have areas in my neighborhoods that are like that. And that area continually, there needs to be maintenance, cleaning. It's just the aesthetics of the neighborhood is terrible. you got to weigh all these things into play as you're educating people that, especially people that don't ride bikes. You can't just wake up one day and say we're going to put bike lanes when there have been families that raise their children to drive a car at age 15, 16. It's almost like, you know, when you have that feeling when you get your driver's license for a car, you know, you feel like an adult. That has been embedded for many years. That's a process. That was in my era and some eras after me. We have to find a way to, it's what's going on now is not working, and it's caused so much confusion. And I'm not trying to blast you or anything. I think we all need to have, there definitely needs to be some kind of committee that includes community people that are involved, and I'm talking about community people that have been in these communities for years and years and years. These are all pieces of how all of this is going to work and how we're all going to work together. So I don't know if they're, you know, I don't know how you're going to answer that. I know that I heard that BDC had mentioned something about industrial areas, and as soon as you had mentioned the industrial area, the first area I thought of in my district was when we started our conversations with Wabash Avenue, which is a combination of industrial, there's homes on there, there's people you can't put a one-size-fit-all there. There's the first transit-oriented development apartment complex is right there by that. That's going to take lots of thinking. You can't just throw up. There's areas that you had to just throw up the bike lanes. There's an area when Martin Luther King Elementary Middle closed, and the intersection of Green Spring and Cold Spring was done so fast. Those children don't walk that street or ride a bike. They do the street before that on Pall Mall to get to Edgecombe Circle or now Park Heights Academy. That whole intersection has to be rethought, and I'm hearing all the money sources that we have or that's coming. We just have to do better, and I know some of the people that are going to talk tonight, you're going to feel some of the stuff that I'm saying, and we get the calls in as council members. So when I get an email that says I'm wasting taxpayers' money, that is definitely not true. This is all about the residents that pay taxes, and some of them struggle with paying those taxes and losing those homes. But they've been in those homes for so long, they care about the street in front of them. So I'm really expressing how we're all in this together, and it's going to take all of us together to work on this. It's a law now. It's a policy that I'm saying to everyone, and we can't, again, it's not a one-size-fits-all, and including the transit system. It's a mess. We know it's a mess. So you got to work in sync with all these pieces. And I think people are asking, just take a step back and let's think about this. We're fortunate. We have all these different grants and money, but you can't just throw things up without the dialogue of the residents.
Okay, thank you for that. So one thing. So the one thing I wanted to clarify, no, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. It's not all about the social media. So I know from seeing and getting the feedback from the staff that are going, there is the team that are going physically to meetings. They're going, they're taking our complete streets manager with them. They're taking other traffic engineers and people with them to be engaged. I know that we have done, so we did the in-person approach, we do hybrid meetings. We also have done different fact sheets and things. We, of course, do have the online presence as well, so if we can push out and say, hey, go onto the website to get information there, we can do that. I know that we've had different meetings in churches as well to try to reach people there. So in one of the prior meetings, I said that unfortunately, when the ordinance and everything came out before, it did happen during the pandemic. So things didn't happen in the ideal way it should have at that time frame. That is part of why we also had this huge engagement component with the Safe Streets for All grant. So we are looking for opportunities, and I want to work with you and others to kind of identify different ways that we can reach people and try to make a robust engagement program. That truly is my desire. I know I've kind of unfortunately inherited some things, but we're trying to make some changes now. And, you know, I get it. As far as I think that was really the main thing, was just talking about the engagement piece. But, you know, if there are people who say physically aren't going to community meetings and they're not going elsewhere, or they're not going to be on social media, you know, I'm open to those ideas to find out what they do look at, what they are listening to, you know, and how we can reach them in other forums. So that I'm in alignment with you on that. And that was what I was trying to hold on to. I know you had a lot of other things in there, but yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
So thank you.
Councilman Burnett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. So I do want to, I mean, I do agree with my colleague on the engagement. I think from a different perspective on this. You know, during and following the pandemic, my office has never received more calls for traffic calming. Vehicle accidents are up, speeding is up. I mean, I've literally, you can compare my inbox from prior to 2020 to where we are now. And there's an inequity, I think, when it comes to how we frame this issue of bike infrastructure versus traffic calming. Because, you know, the other side of the coin is that, you know, folks view the placement of speed cameras and more punitive measures as being, well, they are disproportionately in Black and brown communities. And when you look at where the traffic calming infrastructure is, which could be for bikes, it's missing. And stark example, you can drive across the Edmondson Avenue Bridge, right? 4 lanes of high-speed traffic and a speed camera. That's the only, and it wasn't that I didn't ask for other alternatives to be placed to slow people down, because clearly if there is a speed camera placed, then there's justification that people are speeding. There's a test camera that shows certain percentage of the vehicles are traveling at a high rate of speed. And when I was coming home yesterday, it broke my heart seeing a young lady in a motorized wheelchair riding in the street because there is no protected infrastructure for her. But later that night, I drove across the Harford Road Bridge, which has a bike lane, a bus lane, ample infrastructure in place so that those residents can travel safely, whether they're on a bike or in a wheelchair. And for me, this issue of, you know, folks living with disabilities really hits home because I have a cousin that has spina bifida and has never walked, has never ridden a bike. But his ability to use infrastructure where it's available is literally how he can get around. And so I think, you know, the framing of this as, you know, we're looking to count how many bikes are where. If that lady gets hit, that's a big story because she had nowhere to go. But if she was in the car driving fast, she'd get a ticket, right? So we're obviously acknowledging that there's a safety problem in one area and dealing with that safety problem in a punitive way. And we see another safety issue across the street, across the city, where we're not getting that. And I think the data bears that out. So I did want to lay out a few of the things that I think are pretty stark reminders of why this is necessary. According to the American Community Survey, in Baltimore City, 26.9% of the households do not have a single car. The national average is 8.7. The neighborhoods that this is most stark are Old Town, Middle East. 58.9% of the households don't have a vehicle. 58.4% of Sandtown Winchester residents and Harlan Park residents don't have a vehicle. 51% of Cherry Hill residents don't have a vehicle. But in South Baltimore, in Canton, and in Roland Park, all under 7%. When you look at the neighborhoods that have the highest use of public transportation, Old Town, Middle East, Upton, Druid Heights, Poppleton are the communities that are most reliant on public transportation. The ones with the fewest, that are fewest reliant, Canton, South Baltimore, Cross Country, and Cheswold, are the communities that are least reliant on public transit. If you lay that map with the economics of those areas, I think we see where this is going, right? It's the black butterfly and the white L. And so from my perspective as a representative of the 8th district, where we only have 2 protected bike lanes, really more like 1 1/4, because the other one isn't really a full bike lane. And the other one really is more of a walking path, technically, according to the Complete Streets Manual. So technically, we have none. But do you know that Edmondson Village residents have the longest commute in the city of Baltimore? So when we talk about equity, I think it's not so much the inconvenience of safety, because sometimes safety is inconvenient for us. Is a little bit of an inconvenience. And I'll close with this, Mr. Chair. I was at a community meeting in my district the other day, and this came up. There was a request for more speed bumps in a community or a street that also had a whole bunch of stop signs, and people acknowledged that these stop signs weren't a deterrent. And they also acknowledged that people speed between the speed bumps. And so they were like, well, what else can we do? And I said, well, there's this word that nobody wants to use, and it's called bike lanes. Have you thought about that? For this particular street, where there's no impact on parking, there is no households on this roadway. It's a straight through. You know, of course, some folks weren't happy with that. Some were, some weren't. I do agree that any conversation around bike infrastructure does need to be robust to engage as many residents as possible. So it wasn't something I was forcing on them. I was just saying, look, we should have a conversation about this, because at the end of the day, you've identified that the speed cameras aren't working, the stoplights aren't working, the stop signs aren't working, nor are anything else that we've tried other than the one thing that we refuse to talk about. And one of the residents said to me, well, you know, when I drive down those streets that have bike lanes, it causes me to go slower. And I said, well, isn't that what you want in your own community? To cause people to go slower? And when listen, at the end of the day, people emailed me following up saying they didn't want the bike lanes, and that's okay. Like, we didn't proceed with that. That wasn't what I sent to DOT. I said they want this is the intervention that they're looking for. Because again, I should listen to my community. But I do think that in this conversation, it's important to lift up the safety of communities. You know, I take my life in my hand. I like riding bikes. I wouldn't do it on Emerson Avenue. Frederick Avenue, wouldn't do it on Cooks Lane, wouldn't do it on Liberty Heights, because at the end of the day, it is unsafe. And you know what? I say this because I tried it. I tried to ride to work one day from Emerson Avenue to City Hall. Could you imagine how terrifying it was going down the viaduct on a bike? Now imagine if that was my only method of transportation, because I happen to be able to afford a car and some of the highest car insurance in the state of Maryland. I can afford that. I can also afford to take the bus, right? But that's not the reality in my community. And so I think it's important to make sure that we talk about the framing of this issue, because we can always do better with engagement. Whether it's this issue, zoning matters, liquor board, opening of businesses, closing of businesses, police strategy. We have a lot of work to do on engagement, and I think that's where we can agree on this. But where I think I respectfully disagree is that my residents don't deserve to be safe, and that should not be based on their income. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did you have a question for anything? Just a statement, okay. Councilman Torrance, you have a question?
Yes, sir. I have a question and a statement. I concur with my colleague from the 8th District. I'm torn because, I'm going to be frank, I don't like bike lanes, right? Just being frank, right? But I do have residents who need them. I have residents who do have to use our streets as opportunities for them to pass because they're in a wheelchair, namely people at Lakeview Towers who have to use a big jump. I purposely avoid the big jump because it slows me down and I needed to get somewhere. But I recognize that.
Can you talk into the mic
Yeah.
so people can hear you?
But I recognize that there's a resident who lives on the 8th floor. He's a Mondawmin. I recognize in the last couple of months, we've fought hard with the administration to close the primary care gap in West Baltimore. We'll be having a major health care institution moving into Mondawmin Mall to help us do that. We did it because a lot of my residents in the 7th District don't have access to reliable transportation to get the health, primary care, and specialty visits. In addition to that, I have the second most used public transit line in the state of Maryland. My residents in my district, because of the bus lanes on North Avenue, are able to shave off 30 to 45 minutes going from Walbrook Junction to East Baltimore to get to work. Does it inconvenience me when I'm dropping off my 4-year-old or my child at daycare on North Avenue? Yes, it does. But I know that as a person who caught Mark Tony Anthony from Latrobe, our public transportation. We are in a unique form where we have to understand that our residents are faced with challenges that we don't see. I have a resident who chose not to go to City College and live down the street from Carverville Tech because she arrived at City College every day late because the bus was not reliable. We have a system and inequity in this city that we have to address. I think that while the imperfect answer is not bike lanes, I'm just going to be transparent. We've had many ways of getting there. We've had community conversations. I think that this is a helpful conversation because we need to be able to have these hard-fought conversations because someone's inconvenience may be someone's actual lifeline. And I think that that is the conversation we need to have in balancing those two swords. I say that because I look to Winchester, who does not have access to a grocery store. And they have to get on the MTA at Upton to go up to Mondawmin to get access to that grocery store. I look at where we're placing our development dollars and where we're putting everything. There is inequity that we can't solve right away, but we can at least give someone a chance at getting a reliable job, a chance at getting to their primary care visit. For those elders in my district who have to get to Wilma Eye Clinic and have to catch multiple buses in the subway to get to Johns Hopkins, that is a conversation that we need to have for that access. We're here to talk about bike infrastructure. It's the cheapest thing that we can build. But I say two questions for you because I just want to dispel misinformation, particularly about the 7th District. So, Madam Director, have we or will we ever build a bike lane on Gwynns Falls Parkway? Yes or no?
No.
Have we communicated that we will not build a bike lane on Gwynns Falls Parkway?
Yes, we have.
And have we communicated in multiple documents, presentations, and meetings that we will not build a bike lane on Gwynns Falls Parkway?
Yes, we have.
And to dispel the myth for Fox 45, did we build a parking lane on Gwynns Falls Parkway?
Did we build a parking lane?
Parking lane, yes.
Yes, there's parking.
Not a bike lane.
Yeah, not a bike lane, it's parking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, I yield back to the chair.
Thank you. We've been joined by Councilman Costello. Do you have any questions before we get into public testimony? Okay, so I see we have a bunch of people signed up. Not everybody has checked off that they're interested in testifying, so when your name is called, if you don't want to testify, just don't come up. I have some people signed up we have a few hearings that are going on today. We have some executive appointments. We have this hearing and some other ones. I'm just going to assume anybody who signed up for the other hearings intended to sign up for this one, and so I'll just go through the lists, and you're welcome to come up and give your testimony. Okay, first up, Desmond Stinney. You have to push the right button until your microphone lights up red.
That better? All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank everybody, all the members of the committee and the council as a whole for calling this hearing on complete streets. I did have a handout that I would like to have, may I approach?
What's that?
You have
While that's being handed out, I want to just maybe acknowledge, if I can, some of what I've heard in the room today. And Chairwoman Middleton, thank you so much. I know you're not the chair of this committee, but you are a chairwoman. I want to acknowledge the statements that you made about two things. One, engagement, and the other was, you didn't say the word sense, but I got the feeling you're saying a lot of what's happening doesn't make sense. And I can tell you this from a standpoint of engagement, I don't think that's an accident. I'm certainly aware of incidents, I think the Harford Road meeting, which was purposely not communicated, which I was made aware of, and I had to actually, as a citizen, do the engagement and send out calls to more than 3,000 people in walking distance of that meeting because it was not being communicated on purpose. And I filled that room that night. When I got there and I saw that there were 30 people there, 25 of them were there as a result of my call that I had to send out. And, you know, that's as a citizen, that's depressing that we have agencies that are actively avoiding community engagement. So that's not an accident. I will also say that the evening that was reported, I think, the young lady right here was the one that ran that meeting. The sentiment of the meeting that evening and the feedback, it wasn't reported accurately, and it was only done on social media. So I want to acknowledge that. The other thing I want to acknowledge is that when you say it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense because this has been hijacked by lobbyists and special interests. They don't care if it makes sense. They get success by the number of miles of bike lanes. They don't care if that bike lane is going through your living room as long as it counts toward the mile, okay? So whether it makes sense or not is not something that matters to a lobbyist, and that's what's happening here. And the presentation that we heard tonight, I saw some statistics, or at least I saw some graphs that were supposed to represent statistics. But I've seen that before on January 23rd when we met with Department of Transportation, and I was shown a picture with red dots on it that had a map under it and was told that it was crash data. And I said, no, that's a picture with red dots on it. Can you show me the data that those dots are supposed to represent? In order to send us the raw data that those red dots were supposed to represent. That was January 23rd. Here we are today, March 8th. Still haven't received the data that's supposed to support those red dots. So I'd say whatever those graphs were that I saw, I'd love to see the raw data that's supposed to make up what's there. But what I did for you tonight is I actually did bring data that I will substantiate, okay? Councilman Burnett, I also want to acknowledge your comments about equity, okay? And you're spot on, right? Where bike lanes are needed, they're not. Where this is a complete streets hearing. The story about the woman or the person in the wheelchair, before they have a bike lane to motor in, they should actually have a sidewalk. So complete streets is supposed to be about complete streets. Okay, so let's talk about the purpose of complete streets. On its face, it's a great about. It's supposed to be talking about traffic calming, pedestrian safety, and access for all. That's what the legislation is supposed to be about. But all we're talking about here tonight is bike lanes, and the only thing that we're seeing from complete streets is bike infrastructure. Why is that? Because that's all the lobbyists of the bike community care about. They don't care if there's a sidewalk for that disabled person to motor in. They care about miles of bike lanes, okay? So we got to ask ourselves, are the goals actually being achieved? So we talk about traffic calming. Are speeds down? Are crashes down relative to volume of traffic? Are fewer pedestrians being struck? And are we addressing the root causes of these issues? Are we even analyzing them, right? You may not be aware, but there's a very useful system. There's two, actually. One is this Maryland State Police crash data system. The other is a system that's relied upon by a lot of Department of Transportations around the country called RITIS, and that is the Regional Integrated Transportation Information System. And RITIS is a system that offers all kinds of data, whether it's congestion information, whether it's volume information, whether it's speed information, and it has a great deal of information in it. Our Department of Transportation also uses it. It is also available to everyone in this room that's from the Department of Transportation. So I question why, when we have a hearing, is there no data present? It's there, it's available to them. Why is it not there? Why is it not here in the room with us? Well, it is in the room with you because I'm in the room with you and I have access to it. And it's a shame that a citizen has to go around its government, okay, to get access to the system that they're looking at and not pulling the information and bringing it to you. So I'll tell you, from RITIS, speeds, I'm sorry? I'm telling you, so speeds, if you look at the time periods before the 28th Street, the implementation on 28th Street, and after it, from October to December of 23, speeds between the times where accidents actually happen, and we'll get to that, between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., speeds are actually higher now that you've choked that street down to one lane. People are driving more aggressively. And after the 6:30 rush hour, speeds again are higher. The congestion is a lot more from 6:30 to 8 to, I'm sorry, from 7:30 to 9 o'clock. You'll see the speeds are way lower than they were before because their congestion, they're a third down from 2019 because everyone's sitting still. But as soon as 10 o'clock comes, when the rush hour is over, speeds are much higher in 2023 than they were before the implementation. And that's in RITIS if you look at the segment between Sisson and Charles Street. 76% of fatal accidents involving vehicles and bikes occur at night or in low light. That's when it's unsafe. 66% of cyclist deaths between 2020 and 2023 were reported by the police in the Maryland State Police crash data as cyclist error. In 2023, 12 of 19 pedestrian deaths, that's 63%, were the result of pedestrian error, as reported in the Maryland State Police crash data. And 22% of pedestrian and vehicle, that's including bicycle crashes, were found where the pedestrian or the cyclist were found to be intoxicated. Okay, so the question is, are we looking at the root causes of accidents? They happen at night. A lot of time, more than half the time, it's the error of the pedestrian. What I've learned by looking at the actual data, when you start to look at what of these crashes, you guys should get access to this and look at it yourselves. You'll see that pedestrians are wearing dark clothes. Most of these accidents, I'd say probably close to 70%, occur in intersections, okay? There's no bike lane in an intersection. It's just an intersection. So what is it telling you when you start to look at it? It's an intersection. That means somebody's turning. It's nighttime. That means it's hard to see. And a pedestrian or a cyclist is not wearing clothing. So that makes them even more to see, right? If we get down to root cause analysis of what's happening, do we need protected bike lanes or do we need well-lit intersections with motion sensors and flashing lights, right? So when we talk about why it's not working and why it doesn't make sense, it's exactly what you both have said. We're not thinking through it. And why aren't we thinking through it? The bike lobbyist doesn't want you to think through it. They just want more miles of bike lanes. It'll fix everything. It's not. And it's a shame that a citizen has to spend as much time as I've spent and as much money as I've spent researching and coming up with these numbers and paying for access to these systems. What is this causing when we go down and we do the things that we're doing and we narrow these streets and you take parked cars and put them closer to moving cars? We get aggressive. One, you get property damage. Just take a look. Just flip through that pamphlet that I sent you, and if I wish we could put it up on the screen. I've got it hosted on the internet. But look at the damage. People's cars. You talk about people can't afford cars, right? And how expensive it is to have a car with the insurance that we have in this city. This is someone's car on 28th Street. That's their car. And that's from their car being pushed away from the curb and close to moving traffic. They woke up to that, okay? Same street, 2 more cars, okay? 2 more cars. You should see the post. I run one of the biggest social media groups in the city. These people are contacting me directly and telling me their stories. This is a result of what was done on 28th Street. These people now have property damage, they didn't have comprehensive insurance, and now they're out of a car. How are they going to get to work now? The late bus? Because there's bus drivers texting me from the Facebook group as well, and these bus drivers are saying these road configurations are making their job difficult. Not only can they not make turns the way they need to, they get stuck on these thoroughfares where they've been narrowed and they can't get people to work on time. So what happens when you have congestion? Buses can't run on time. So you talk about that person that was commuting an hour and a half from Edmondson out to, where was it, Security Square Mall, right? Or the McDonald's out wherever. Oh, that was you. Okay, sorry about that. I gotta get my stories mixed up. But now you've gone out and you've created these situations that are creating congestion at critical times. You get off at 5 o'clock, you're used to being able to get from Fulton Avenue out to Waverly in 25 minutes. Well, now that bike lane situation or the road configuration, I wouldn't even say bike lane, that's not the issue. It's the road configuration that's the issue. And it chokes it down to 1 lane and makes that commute 20 minutes longer. Well, if anybody has kids, you know when you're late to picking up your children from daycare, what is it, $1 a minute? If you're lucky, right? $2 a minute? Okay, $2 a minute. So now you're 20 minutes late and you got to pay $40. But hey, that biker got to save on parking because they can ride the 3 bikers that are going. I think what Fox reported, out of 362,000 commuters, less than 2%. And that was a mix of biking, motorcycle, and taking Uber, right? So we don't even know how many are actually biking. So the impacts that we're having on our community, because we're not being a Department of Transportation, we are being influenced by the bike lobby, and our focus is off. And it's up to the council, I believe, to bring this back in. You guys have, this is the Legislative Oversight Committee. This legislation in Complete Streets needs to be put on pause until such time that we have adequate information from the data and from the Department of Transportation, who really wants to make sure that we have access to all. The citizens are being punished in this situation. Insurance rates will rise. And then when you speak out, and Chairman Middleton, you spoke about it, the emails that you got. Say something bad about bike lanes. You want to see my inbox? I'll show it to you. I bet they were probably a little more cordial to you. And now DOT is doing what? To be more punitive. They're sending out notices. Hey, if you see someone parked in a bike lane, to let us know so we can go out and give them a $52 ticket. This person is not parked in a bike lane. They are trying to not have their car hit because their car is now pushed away from the curb and close to traffic, and it's been hit. They're just trying to protect their personal property. And what happens? They get a $252 ticket? Okay? They are literally just trying to protect their car from getting hit because it's now 7 feet closer to moving traffic with that bike lane that they never asked for. They woke up that morning and it was just there, okay? No one ever uses it. I'm getting calls from all over the city. People are calling me, I'm coming out with my camera, and I'm just collecting stories at this point. And what happens if you do try to protect your car and park in the bike lane and the bike lobbyist sees it? This is straight from the head bike lobbyist. They bully you and deface your car, okay? Yeah, you see this?
You got to direct all testimony to the council. All testimony has to be directed to the council.
I'm sorry. So you can't even try to protect your vehicle without the head lobbyist of the bicycle community coming by and putting things on your car and then posting it on social media. And he's made that a habit. You'll hear about that later. I've taken enough of everybody's time. I really appreciate your patience. But let me end this. I think we should have some reasonable solutions, right? If traffic calming is what we want, I will disagree with you, Councilman Burnett, on one thing. Bikes are not traffic calming. Bike lanes are not traffic calming. Traffic calming is traffic calming. Bike lanes is a bike lane, right? Traffic calming can be a circle that people have to go around like they did outside of Cromwell Bridge Elementary, right, when they were going too fast. We need bike infrastructure. I supported the bike path from Jones Falls down. I want people to bike safely. But even a bike enthusiast, if they weren't fearful of the wrath of the bike lobby, would tell you what we're doing doesn't make sense. My neighbor that lives directly behind me makes some of the best bikes in the world, bishopbikes.com if anybody's in the market. I see him every day ride off to get his bike ride in. I'm not going to tell you anything about what he might say about bike lanes, but I can tell you that real bike enthusiasts will tell you that what we're doing is not making sense. But there's a reason for that. The bike lobbyist doesn't care if it makes sense. They just care about miles. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Next up, Isaac Leal.
Hi, yes, is this clear?
Yeah, is the light on? Yeah.
Yeah, it's on.
Go ahead.
Hi, so I'm Isaac. I live in Midtown. I'm just going to keep it, relaxed, keep it chill, everyone breathe in, breathe out. I know there's a lot of emotions, but it's just a conversation, So I'm obviously very pro-bike lane, but I do want to point out that it is hard for a lot of people to make it to these hearings. It's a 4 p.m. on a Thursday. I had to take time off work to come here. I'm sure other people did as well. I'm thankful I have the privilege of having paid time off. I'm sure a lot of people, especially people who may not own a car, who are more likely to live in poverty, might not have the ability to come to these meetings or take the time off or get paid to take the time off. This might be lost wages for them. For me, it was at one point when I used to work at grocery stores. I want to point out that there's the economic evidence on bike infrastructure. In Bloor Street in Toronto, there was increased spending and reductions in retail vacancy. The City of Oakland found that the protected cycle tracks on Telegraph Avenue saw the area see new businesses and sort of increase in retail sales tax revenue. And to me, when we're talking about a city that has lost 40% of its population from the peak, that continues to see economic disinvestment, I find it sort of interesting that bike lanes, obviously they're not the cure-all. They're not. No one's saying that, but they do. The data is heavily pointing towards if at worst they don't do anything, but generally speaking they do improve retail or food service spending. They reduce car ownership, and cars are expensive. It's hundreds of dollars a month. You put that I don't drive. I can put the hundreds of dollars a month that I don't spend on a car into my retirement. I'm going to be able to retire, and I love that. because I'm not going to be spending that money on gas or insurance. I don't bike either, but, I support the bike lanes. I just, to me, it's, when we have these tools, when we have this infrastructure that does cause positive economic growth, that reduces retail vacancy, that causes increase in employment, where in a city where retail sales are 30% below the national average, where 26% of people don't have a car, where 1/5 live in poverty, when our transit system is still out of our control and still suboptimal, what are we, why are we not building, at least more of them? Just build more, build them better, make them protected, build them faster, as within reason. And, do those things so that we can, get that economic development, reduce those retail vacancies that we need to do. And I just want to say, again, thank you all for your time. Be well, and I look forward to a positive and productive conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Lawrence Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also want to thank Councilwoman Middleton for sponsoring the bill. I'm going to try to talk real fast and get a lot in. I'm here as the president of the Friends of Gwynn Falls Parkway. And as somebody who sat where you're sitting right now before, I understand what it's like when you're getting a lot of letters, emails, and all that. But you got to ask yourself, does that really represent the population? And I have said on many occasions that one way we can deal with this very quickly is let's do a survey. I mean, whether it be the city that does it, maybe the media wants to do it. And I believe that if you did an accurate scientific poll or survey, you would see that the vast majority of people in Baltimore City are opposed to this radical change in the streets. I don't think there's anybody in this chamber that disagrees with that, including the bike lobby. Now, and I want to congratulate them or commend them because they're very well organized, they're very well financed. So they can get a lot of folks to come out and they can send you letters and all that. But the reality is that the overwhelming majority of people, if you ask them about North Avenue, 28th Street, Hartford Road, Gwynn Falls, where I'm at, Druid Park Lake Drive, both people who live here in Baltimore and people outside who are traveling in and traveling out, they hate the delays that occur because these streets are being carved up. And I think any survey that's a real survey will say that. I want to hit a couple points very quickly. And I want to say this too. I am personally offended when this argument is used that African-American people, most of them in Baltimore, they don't have cars, so we're doing them a favor. You black folks, you don't have cars, so you're gonna make sure that we all have a bicycle and we can drive right around the city, and you're doing us a big favor. Well, that's not a big favor. I bike occasionally, but I also recognize that Baltimore is a very economically depressed city. We need transportation. We need to be able to get around. And there's certain times during the day you don't ride a bicycle when it's raining, snowing. In Baltimore, you definitely don't ride at nighttime. Can I get an amen to that? Yes. So there are limits. Certainly, if you want to eliminate all traffic collisions, you can eliminate all cars altogether, right? I mean, logically speaking. So what I'm saying is that there has to be a balance. Obviously, there's a balance. I am concerned that community engagement was mentioned. How do we define community engagement? I believe that transportation up until now, when they say community engagement, they mean when they do have a meeting in a community. We listen to what you say and then we ignore it. Does community engagement mean that if you come into, we had a meeting on Gwynn Falls Parkway at Mount Ararat Church. We said we did not want to change to the street. Now, nobody can deny that who was there at that meeting. And yet, we were told, you have to eat it. We're going to do what we want anyway. So is that community engagement? You know, I want to say also that, well, somebody mentioned Warbass Avenue. I was at a meeting in Park Heights about that. In the meeting, people from transportation said, we know you all don't want the bike lane. You know, okay, we heard you loud and clear. Well, I heard you loud and clear. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to give you a shared use lane? Multi-use pad. Okay, multi-use pad. In other words, it's a euphemism. By any other name, that's what it is, okay? And see, that kind of thing is insulting to the intelligence of the people that live in the neighborhoods. It really is insulting to our intelligence. And I want to say this. There are a number of issues. I'm trying to hit these very quickly. Let's talk about safety. Well, let's talk about the International Fire Code, which says that streets should be 20 to 26 feet wide. Why? Because you have fire trucks. You have ambulances. Now, you're talking about those people who may have been in a collision because they were on a bicycle or a moped or a motorcycle. What about all the streets in Baltimore City? And I would like for you, if you could, I would like for the fire department to be asked a simple question. Are there not streets in Baltimore City which are no longer passable by fire trucks? I'll give you one example. Druid Park Lake Drive. I live near there, and I know, and I'm not going to put them on the spot right now, but you cannot go east and west along Druid Park Lake Drive anymore since the so-called big jump. They don't go through there. They go through the middle of the park, okay, which is a lot slower. 28th Street, okay, when you get over the bridge, there's no way that a fire truck or an ambulance is going to be able to get through there. Okay, so I'm saying that's just simple physics. So that's something that should be considered when we talk about safety. Another issue is that in Baltimore, like most cities, one of the biggest concerns that people have is the elimination of parking. Am I right? Fiscal priorities. No, we will get to that next. Impact upon business. Somebody mentioned business. If you believe that, as the gentleman said, that this is going to help economic development, go over to Little Italy. Ask the businesses in Little Italy how they feel about Central Avenue right now, how they feel about the lack of parking for those restaurants in Little Italy. And I could go on and on and on. So I don't believe that the majority of businesses are in favor of losing so much of the roadway and so much of the parking. But I'm going to end on this, okay? Democracy. If democracy means that the will of the majority prevails, and we know the vast majority of people in Baltimore are opposed to these extreme changes in the roadways, why do we even have to be here right now? Most people are opposed to it, overwhelmingly. And I will say that as a registered Democrat, I voted as a Democrat, I've run and been elected as a Democrat. I fear that one of the concerns that we have had is that our party has become very elitist. Small group of people run the whole party. We've got all these transportation dollars coming into Baltimore, and rather than be used for fixing the potholes, Baltimore's famous for potholes. Am I right? I hate to say that, but it's true. Our priority is carving up the streets to make it more difficult to drive because certain people believe that they're saving the planet by eliminating gas emissions. Now, I also believe, I'm an environmentalist as well. I believe in electric cars. I believe we should do a lot of things. But the reality is that the arguments that they're making, the real hidden elephant, is that they believe that they're saving the planet. So they're going in all these cities like Baltimore, and they're trying to eliminate cars. But where was the debate about this? Where was the discussion about this? Do we...
No, I have not done that yet. Do you want me to do it right now before I forget?
Do we respect the will of the people? I appreciate, Councilman, what you said about Gwynn Falls Parkway, but I would also say that many of us were very clear that we did not want those flex posts put at the corner of Gwynn Falls and Reisterstown Road. As a result of that, a business owned by an African-American woman right there at Reisterstown Road, right down the street, I think you know what I'm talking about, went out of business because they lost the parking. The church, Mount Hope, you know where Mount Hope is, right on that other corner. They have funerals and other activities. Flex posts, cut it off.
Actually, if it's like one or
So I wanted to say that, finally, that I do appreciate you're having this hearing, but I hope that you will listen to the will of the people and perhaps even have, and I said this to transportation before, can we do a poll, a scientific poll? Can we finance a poll and find out where the people stand? Bike More has a lot of money. They can get people out here. I commend all of you for being out here and being well organized, okay? But the emails that you're getting, the letters you're getting, do not reflect the actual population of Baltimore. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up,
Mr. Chair, if
Aaron.
I just have to interject and basically correct the record. I just want to make sure I ask a question of transportation before we move forward, because there was information that was incorrectly communicated.
You have a question for transportation?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Director Johnson, in the implementation of the traffic calming in Gwynns Falls and Ricetown Road, did we see any change in the actual crash data at that intersection?
It takes a while for the, we get verified crash data from state police, and I'm not sure offhand the year that was implemented, but it's something we can follow up with you, Councilman. What I do know is that the data from 2022 for the whole state of Maryland showed pedestrian-involved crashes up statewide. There was one jurisdiction in Maryland where pedestrian crashes were down, and that's Baltimore City. And that's in part based off of us reimagining the right-of-way, and we acknowledge it's not perfect. We acknowledge that there's room for improvement, but we do feel like we're moving in the right direction from a safety perspective.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I can make a committee request so that the committee will, as well as the public, will know that we will get that same data and provide it publicly. The last time I seen that data, we saw a drastic decline in actual automobile accidents from 30 a month to 5 in 6 months. In addition to that, I will have the owner of said deli that did close provide a letter of support that she actually supported the actual traffic calming and that the actual closing was due to other financial issues, but not actually the actual traffic calming. In addition to that, I would like transportation to provide the logs in which we communicated to Great Amount Hope, the number of times we reached out to them about the traffic calming. Also, I request that the committee receive a copy of the report in which there was a net gain in parking in the Arkansas Terrace as well as the Parkview Woodbrook communities.
Thank you. And if you can just also, if you don't mind, putting that in writing as well, and we'll be sure to get you that information from DOT. Next up, Aaron Brewer.
Good afternoon, City Council. Can you hear me? Since the events of September, of which I'm about to describe, I've taken a step back from community involvement, both for personal and professional reasons. I don't know how the events that unfolded will impact me in the future, and considering the litigious nature of certain individuals, I fear that any active participation opens me up to future legal action. That said, and considering the resolution being considered by the City Council on Complete Streets, I feel it's important to highlight how Desmond Stinney in particular has engaged the residents of Remington.
Sir, we don't, in the hearing, we don't call out other people who are testifying. You can testify to the council on any topic you want. Thank you.
So I would say as one of the leaders of this bike lane opposition and administrator of the Baltimore City Voters Facebook group. The resolution states, collaboration between the city, bike lane advocates, and people within communities affected by bike lane infrastructure projects has not been successful in its pursuit of equity. This is a factually incorrect statement. A decade's worth of community engagement, drafted, finalized, and submitted neighborhood plans, and multiple public hearings around traffic calming indicate that equity was achieved and consensus was made. I don't see evidence for a very loud group of anti-bike lane advocates who fail to attend these public hearings, fail to engage with the neighborhood, and fail to engage the community and the city. Attached to my testimony are the interactions that I've had with one of the leaders of this group, and administrators of the Facebook City Voters Facebook group. I ask you to read through these interactions and consider if this is the type of community engagement. I'll summarize. My comment made to the Baltimore City Voters Group was, as a resident on 27th and a former board member of GRIA, this street was rife with injuries, accidents, and deaths from cars speeding through Remington. It was nasty crossing it. It was noisy and terrible for the people who lived on that street, and it was designed to be as fast and dangerous as possible. This was a culmination of many, many years of community support and discussion that was constant and direct. Traffic analysis by DOT, as presented in the community meetings, was done to determine if it could be reduced to one lane, and it came back that that was the case. Everything is in line and above and beyond what complete streets entails by law. Only 45% of Remington even drives, and I'll correct that now, it's actually 55%. So why should our community suffer for your additional 5 minutes of waiting in traffic? Complete insanity. In response, this leader posted a 9-minute video of which he telling the Department of Transportation that I actually accused me of telling the Department of Transportation to set up a sign telling drivers to consider the neighborhood, that I'm selfish and that I don't give a damn. After that, I posted a response, which is also attached. That response that I submitted to this Facebook group was not posted or approved by the administrators of that group. I was quietly banned shortly after, and in trying to repost my response to Reddit. Correct. There you go. Thank you. I was quietly banned shortly after reposting my response to Reddit. This is a tactic which appears to have been who their own viewpoints on the matter within that Facebook group. Based on these interactions, I believe the Baltimore City Voters Facebook group is an illegitimate forum for discussion, that these individuals and leaders are deeply toxic individuals, and that these attempts to denigrate GRIA, Bikemore, and the Department of Transportation are baseless and purposefully inflammatory. Giving a platform to this bullying and intimidation sullies the decades-long process by which these cities and nonprofit agencies performed above and beyond. As a person on the ground, I can testify to that. I would plead for the council to listen to the experts on the matter, which clearly indicate that if we want to reduce traffic deaths and injury, we need to slow down the speed in which cars are traveling.
I'm going to cook dinner soon.
To that end, please continue to show support for complete streets and allow our communities to heal these scars of inequity inherent in legacy street design. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Linda Batts.
Good evening, everyone. I am first presenting testimony on behalf of the NAACP. As a lifetime member of the NAACP, I am pleased to present this statement on their behalf. Introduction. The NAACP, the oldest civil rights organization in the nation, stands firmly committed to achieving racial justice for all. We are here today to express our concerns and recommendations regarding the planning and implementation of new transportation infrastructure in Baltimore City. Support for expansion. The NAACP supports efforts to expand and improve transportation options within Baltimore. We believe increased mobility is crucial for our residents and can contribute significantly to their well-being. Concerns regarding the process, serious concerns about the current planning process for these infrastructure changes. We have observed, first, lack of inclusion. The NAACP, along with other community stakeholders, has not been adequately included in discussions and planning sessions. This lack of inclusivity raises concerns about changes. Next, undue influence from special interests. We believe the process has been dominated by special interest groups, potentially overshadowing the diverse needs and voices of Baltimore's residents. Next, negative impact on communities. The current approach risks perpetuating existing inequalities and creating unnecessary hardships for residents. We urge the city to explore viable alternatives and engage in an open dialogue with all stakeholders. Recommendations. To ensure a more positive and productive outcome, the NAACP urges the city to prioritize inclusive engagement, that is, to implement a comprehensive and inclusive public engagement process that actively seeks the participation of all affected communities. Next, censure unethical behavior. Establish clear guidelines for respectful dialogue and hold all participants accountable for upholding ethical conduct. And finally, reassess and address systemic impacts. Suspend current initiatives to allow a thorough assessment of the potential and actual impacts of the proposed Complete Streets initiative on all stakeholders, and that includes an assessment of any and all completed projects, as well as those underway, to ensure compliance with relevant new U.S. DOT guidance that was not in effect when the statute was written, and also to conduct equity impact assessments, community by community. Conclusion. The NAACP believes that Baltimore's transportation infrastructure should serve the needs of all residents and contribute to a more equitable and prosperous city. We urge the city to adopt a more inclusive and balanced approach to ensure a successful and sustainable outcome for all. In the NAACP statement. Now, if you don't mind, I would like to follow that with my own testimony and brief assessments regarding why we are here today. I'd like to add my perspective that, first of all, there is a misconception that many of the advocates are anti-complete streets and anti-bikes. In this month, Women's History Month, where the theme is equity, diversity, and inclusion, there is no anti in our vocabulary. We are for a more equitably driven, diversely staffed, and inclusive approach to transportation infrastructure throughout the city. DOT's implementation of complete streets has to be less formulaic and driven by some cut and paste PowerPoint topology, and really link in with the individual needs of the communities and assess what each community needs on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis using quantitative and qualitative data. We have heard Director Johnson just state that this discussion regarding the infrastructure started as early as 2006. 2006, the communities were not apprised that these prospective changes would be landing in their neighborhoods in 2020 and beyond. But some people were, and it was many of the interest groups. They've had a seat at the city table since 2006, linking up to 2015 with the Mayor's Bicycle Advisory Committee and up to today. And they have helped frame this conversation about how bike lanes, mobility lanes, and infrastructure enhancements would be rolled out without the voices of the community, and that must be rectified. Instead of taking advantage of the knowledge and skills and abilities that permeate Baltimore's diverse communities, DOT has played hostage to the special interest groups, and that needs to stop. And it needs to stop because we have an infrastructure system now that is being rolled out that caters to some and disadvantages others, which is completely contrary to federal guidance. When you're implementing a new infrastructure with federal dollars, state dollars, and local dollars, you have to be inclusive. You have to consider all of the alternatives and weigh those that have a lesser impact, and then you have to make certain that you're measuring those changes along the way to determine whether or not any adjustments need to be made, and that just simply hasn't been done. We know that the data has not been collected because every time we meet and get a PowerPoint, it's the same iteration of information. We're not learning anything new. As it pertains to Gwynns Falls Parkway, I must make the comment that unlike what has happened in Remington, where we heard the conversation about infrastructure changes going on with almost 2 years worth of discussion and engagement with the neighborhood, unlike what happened in Roland Park, where the residents, once they clamored, DOT came in and removed the bike lanes and negotiated with the community. What happened on Gwynns Falls Parkway, we really dictated what to do. And despite us having arranged sessions, low level and a sham. And that kind of disparity and inequity in terms of rolling out policy and making critical infrastructure changes must change, and it can change now, because the people who are sitting here in front of this dais have the opportunity and the obligation to make sure our tax dollars are spent appropriately and used justifiably, and that the data supports it. We keep hearing blacks don't own cars. Well, how many blacks want cars and don't have them? And if blacks want to own cars and can't afford them, then we're dealing with economic remedies to past discrimination that has entrenched poverty and low-level wages and marginalization and disparate pay in the black community. Let's solve that problem. Maybe we wouldn't have this issue regarding the lack of cars or the loss of cars or the need for bike lanes. Now, I'm going to get ready to conclude, but in doing so, I want to say that it is highly inappropriate for these interest groups to be at the table and fueling the kind of toxic division that they have had. I have been subject as a taxpayer in multiple zip codes throughout Baltimore City to intimidation, harassment, threats, and surveillance by one prominent special interest group, Bike More. The feeling of just being unsafe in my own space now is just tremendous. I have written to the city government to ask them to intervene when a person that you're doing business with and allowing to influence decisions sits at the city table and intimidates and tries to silence a taxpayer. That needs to be addressed. Didn't get help from my city councilman. The mayor said, well, Bike More's not employed by Baltimore City, therefore. When Bike More sits at the city table, the head of the city table has a right to excuse anybody from that table that does not comport with etiquette, conduct, and responsibleness. Am I right? That's right. All right. So we need to make some changes, and I will end by saying this is a welcomed approach. We need to stop the work on Complete Streets now, retool it, make certain that it complies with federal regulation and guidance, and make certain that it meets the diverse needs of each community, neighborhood by neighborhood. One size doesn't fit all, and it never does, it never has, and it never will. I thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I think this is Marcia Jews.
And I wasn't finished.
Good evening. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I appreciate that. I'm going to go back in history for this conversation, and I've had over the last several weeks an opportunity where a dear friend of mine has been impacted. Is this better? Yes. History repeats that on the bank of the James River in the colony of Virginia in 1712, Willie Lynch, British slave owner from the West Indies, taught slave owners how to control the slaves. Among his many principles, he taught slave owners to keep slaves ignorant, for knowledge is power and power is dangerous. Encourages divisions among the black community to weaken their collective strength, pit the older slaves against the younger slaves so they are too distracted to unite and rebel. Deny the slaves access to quality health care resulting in physical and mental deterioration. Create a system of surveillance and punishment to eliminate any attempts at resistance. Plant seeds of distrust and envy within the black community to ensure they never form strong bonds, where those bonds are strong right now. Bikemore's interim director, Jed Weeks.
Excuse me, ma'am, we don't call people by name. You can refer to organizations or positions, but you can't call anybody by name.
Okay, so can I say the name of the organization?
You could, yeah.
Okay.
And if you want to refer to a council member also, you can say council member from this district, or if you want to refer to...
I don't know all that information, but
we don't call anybody by name, that's all.
I'll be respectful to that. Thank you, sir. He must be a student of the Willie Lynch program. On January of 2024, he drove past a leading black females community advocate's home, took pictures of her home and car, and posted it on social media. She's 70-something years old. This act of doxing, cyberbullying, and presenting false information about her stance on complete streets and bike lanes was done to harass, intimidate, and silence her into submission. Many of the leading politicians and predecessors have given this organization a seat at the city table to shape policies with DOT about bike lanes and infrastructure changes without involvement of the affected communities. DOT has also treated the leader of that organization's community in Remington with preference, creating the nightmare traffic patterns along 28th Street. There's a growing body of people who've spoken out against this guy, who has experienced retaliation and harassment. The leaders of some of these communities were asked to intervene but ignored the request. To be clear, no one is anti-complete streets or bikes, as that individual has falsely reported. One of our congressmen stated it best when he said that infrastructure changes should occur in communities where they are wanted following consultation with the stakeholders. This organization is on the list of city vendors. It's also reported to have contributed to the campaigns of several people, and this gentleman should be removed. But here's what I'm going to say off the hip. I'm 72 years old, and this guy went to a friend of mine's house and took pictures because she was not supporting what that organization felt needed to be done. Now, putting all of that information, taking pictures of where she lives, what her car looks like, what she looks like, was placed on social media. Now, that's a dangerous, dangerous position to be in. Dangerous. Now, had it been me, might have been a different outcome. This is unacceptable. And if this is what that organization represents, that you're going to try to instill fear and create danger and havoc and potentially hurt, maim a 70-year-old woman. I'm 72 2 days ago. And you mean to tell me it's okay because he doesn't agree with somebody in the community and what they think about what he's doing? I have purposely gotten the list of all of his board members and sent them a note. This is outrageous. This is out of control. And if this man is going to be running around handling this kind of attitude, being aggressive, being racist, how far else will he go? What else can he do? You're going to stand outside somebody's house. If it was your house, your house, your house, your house, your house, what would you do if it was your grandmother? What would you do if it was your sister, your mom? What would you do? Is that okay for you? Is that okay for any of you?
Ma'am, you gotta testify to the council.
Okay, I'll stand here. But I want them to hear me too.
They could, in the microphone.
Thank you. I appreciate it. But this is serious. It's not a joke. And when we sit down and we look at the narrow streets and all the problems everybody has about the lane and how much room there is, we were on Maryland Avenue protesting in front of that organization. There was no room. The people had to back up onto 25th Street because those streets are so narrow and the bike lanes are impactful. I would ask that this body sit down and really look at what we're talking about here. These documents are here for you to look at. I can leave them for you. But this is dangerous. And anybody remotely related to it should be looking at having themselves reassess who they are as human beings, because for a bike lane, you're going to threaten a black female senior citizen, and it's not acceptable. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, Dr. Drummond. Sorry if I said that wrong.
It's Dolph Druckmann, and thank you, Madam Vice President and Chair. This is a real opportunity. I'm here because I don't understand what I see outside my house. I don't understand the lack of information in my community. But I full well understand what the intentions are, and that is to put a bike lane protected down Utah Place, totally destroying a listed historic parkway. When I looked into this, nobody in my community could tell me that there was a process that they participated in. When there was one meeting that was called by a community member, it was presented as information from the Department of Transportation as a done deal. Members of the community did not like that and let their voices be heard, and it stopped planning at that point. As a member of the community, I reached out to my neighbors and attempted, and we're still in the process of organizing. We have 1,000 households on Utah Place. Population, more than one person lives in a household. We have an exceedingly diverse population that needs access to emergency vehicles. We have historic organizations that must operate as places of assembly. We have historic funeral homes, and no accommodations of these needs were asked or planned for, regardless of the beautiful website of Streets of Baltimore that presents fabulous plans and a whole bunch of accolades from people who love bike lanes saying it's a fabulous plan. But that's not effective community engagement. Now, it's been alluded to why we're here, but it's basically because stakeholders have not been involved. There has not been stakeholder engagement. The only stakeholders engaged are those folks who have special interests. And that has been, I'm a former cyclist. I used to ride from Philadelphia to Atlantic City every year with the Philadelphia Bike Club. I know what cycling is. I love bicycles. I embrace the principles of complete streets, except our system is broken. I'm not anti-bike. I'm not anti-complete streets. I want a better complete streets that has communities in it, that has a process of decision. I want a complete streets that has professional roadway engineers and not a cookie-cutter menu, a rubric for saying, this goes here, that goes there, that's all we can do. That's what we have right now. That system is broken. That's why we're here. We need something better. What do we need to do? Well, we all need to sit down at the table and understand that we have different needs. That's number one. We need to respect each other. That's number two. Those qualities have not been present in my community. It's been withholding information, not sharing information, not distributing information, and it's caused people to take it up on their own. So we need to rebuild trust, and how do we do that? We have to acknowledge our mistakes. And until that's done, it's going to be a very hard road to hoe. Now, Baltimore's not alone. Exactly the same thing has happened in repeated cities in multiple areas of the country. And what's been the consequence? The consequence has been, in the last 2 years, for the Federal Highway Administration and the U.S. Department of Transportation to undertake brand new policies, brand new guidance that requires stakeholder engagement, meaningful community engagement, stakeholder inclusion, and true equity. Parenthetically, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry when I read our Complete Streets Manual on equity. To me, it was a mental gymnastics of indirect, illogical mess that equated access to a car with equity in transportation. No, it's very, very simple. If you don't have stakeholders at the table, you cannot have equity. Don't go beyond that. So those are the goals that we need. We need to rebuild trust. We need all stakeholders at the table. And we should not proceed with plans that were approved in 2015 without stakeholder engagement, because we will only further separate and divide communities and not connect communities as our advocates say they want to achieve. So it's going to be painful. The bike plan of 2015 needs to be suspended, and it needs to be looked at. It needs community input. Alternatives need to be developed. That's straight off the top. Second, we need to look at our Complete Streets ordinance, because it's not true to the Complete Streets philosophy. It's not. Absolutely. I'm sorry. The Complete Streets philosophy is comprehensive. It's a wonderful set of ideals. But be very clear, the reason why we have problems is because the law says you must do this for that, and that's the one-size approach. And that's been recognized, but the reason for that hasn't been. It's ingrained in our ordinance. That needs to be fixed. We need to return from a rubric of picking from column A and column B to employing professional traffic engineers who can look at each community, each roadway, and design things without doing the cookie cutters and ending up with a Pac-Man street. like Central Avenue. Baltimore deserves better. That's why I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, Paul Emmert.
Hi. Hello. Thank you, Chairman and members of the Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. I'm not here to speak about safe streets. I'm just here to speak as a resident of Baltimore. I've lived here for 35 years. I cycle every day, and I wear very bright colors because it is quite dangerous, and I want to let that be the heart of what I want to say, is that cyclists who do cycle here need the protection of segregated lanes. We need to be protected from cars because if you're hit by a car, even at a very low speed, it can be tragic. My wife and my 2 children are not cyclists, I'm the only one, but they won't do it because of the fear of the danger of being hit. And I really want to emphasize that if any changes come to, since you are the Oversight Committee, to the infrastructure for bikes, that you definitely keep safety in mind. We need to be given priority. We need to be given portion of the road. It needs to be shared. We also pay for the taxes that pay for the roads. And in my view, from what I've seen over the time in Baltimore, it has led to greater access for people, all people. And it's one of the most basic equity issues as well, because it does touch on poverty. It does touch on anyone can cycle, no matter their race, their age. It's a possibility for all citizens of Baltimore. And I think if we encourage it, I think the city itself will be in a much better position. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Chantel Faulkner.
Good afternoon. First, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Chantel. My name is Chantel Nubia Faulkner. I am a merchant in downtown Lexington Market. As a merchant of 18 years in Lexington Market, I have become a spearhead of the merchants, not only the merchants of Lexington Market, but also those postal services such as FedEx, UPS, Amazon, and Uber Eats and DoorDash, who strives to come to the market to do deliveries. However, due to the fact to the bike lanes, it has caused a problem for them to be able to manifest their missions. Reason why. Due to the bike lanes, all of these deliverers are threatened with getting tickets due to double parking in the process of trying to deliver the packages or to pick up food, which is also hurting us as merchants in Lexington Market. Why? Because as a merchant, when you're expecting for your packages to be delivered, due to the fact that these postal services are in fear of getting tickets because they're double parking, they are bringing in our packages and having what used to be the first merchant that is near the Packer Street entrance to sign off for our packages, which puts them in a bad position because there are cases where packages are not being received. And we do not know if it's because of the fact that they really weren't delivered or the fact that they were put on a responsibility that was not of their own. Well, as of this Saturday, this particular merchant is no longer there. So, with me being located in the middle of the market and everyone knowing me, then Postal Service are coming to me, wanting me to sign off for packages. And after 18 years of friendship with these postal services, there's now a negative energy because I'm refusing to sign these packages. But they're in a rush because of the fact that they're double parked and they're not able to do their deliveries and they don't want tickets. And then Uber Eats and DoorDash is basically going through the same thing. Now, going a little bit astray, but on the same topic, approximately 2 months ago, there was a fire, a merchant directly across from the Packer Street entrance. One of the businesses had caught on fire. I witnessed the fire trucks being like in the middle of the lane, and it was like traffic jam because the cars had to back up because they no longer have that lane, which is now the bike lane, to be able to go around the fire trucks and continue to proceed to go down the street. Now, I believe that this layout of the bike lanes need to be revisited. I can only speak on the trials and tribulations that is going on with the bike lanes on Packer Street. I do believe that if community engagement was really allowed, I believe that we could figure this out. Maybe there could be some type of survey of every bike lane throughout the city and have a community meeting where the community could actually say yay or nay of how they may benefit of having these bike lanes versus how it work against us by having these bike lanes. Maybe there could be a survey of how many bikes is actually traveling through these lanes. And if not, then get rid of the bike lane. I do believe that we all want what's in the best interest for all parties involved, not just bike riders, not just business owners, but it is hurting our business in downtown Lexington Market at the Packer Street location. I closed my business to be here today because many customers, they have no parking. I mean, it's lowering the possibility of parking. Delivery, far as UPS, are fearing getting tickets from being double parked, as well as Uber Eats and DoorDash. And I'm not a food eatery. I do jewelry. However, a lot of the eateries are suffering because of this issue. Please, I humbly ask, please really have community engagement. And by the way, there is a location in Lexington Market Community Room where if we're notified soon enough, you can have the community there to really express how they feel and whether or not they need these bike lanes. Let's get it together. We can work it out. And it can work for all parties involved. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next up, Sean Sims.
Good evening, everyone. I'm not going to really be up here long. I'm not going to pontificate. I'm not going to talk about charts. I'm not going to talk about how wide a street is or how many people are on bikes up and down lanes and everything that I've sat here and listened to. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to start off, and I'm going to start off, and I have questions that I want to ask. And you should take these questions very seriously, folks. First question, because Jitsi said you cannot mention anybody's name, so I will not mention his initials, JW. I won't mention his name, but I will mention the name of a city councilman, and that is James Torrance. The question at hand, is James Torrance being influenced by special interest groups?
You can refer to a council member from a district, but
District 7. Okay, 12, whatever he's from. Okay. 7, thank you. I'll get that mixed up. The next question, And the reason I'm asking that question is because the people in the 7th District, from what I'm getting in the meetings that I attended and the emails and threads that have gone back and forth, did not have ample communication with the DOT and with others involved. And James seemed to be pushing the bike lanes on the people, even though he's a representative. Next question. Did the interim director of Bikemore post a picture of the home of Linda Batts, president of Hanlon Community Association, on social media to intimidate her? Bikemore, Bikemore, interim president, Bikemore, is that what Bikemore does? They intimidate people because they don't get their way? Third question, this is a good one. Is the interim director of Bikemore disseminating defamation-type emails regarding me? And are those fraudulent emails, listen, City Council people, because I'm going to be communicating with you, and I will be talking about this on my podcast, and are those fraudulent emails being investigated by the federal government? I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next up, Philip Houston. Okay. Next up, Raymond Finney.
Sorry, it's Redmond, but Redmond Finney. So thank you for having me, Mr. Chairman and Madam Vice Chairman. So I came today just because I'm a person who bikes around Baltimore. I was born here, lived here for 33 years almost now. I'm a physician and been on the west side and on the east side, and I do home visits. I've very much enjoyed being able to see communities, get to learn about people, and be able to actually see, like, in any of my homebound patients where if they aren't able to get to the convenience store down the street because the curb cut on the sidewalk is too bad or anything like that, kind of those issues that kind of come up that I wouldn't necessarily know if I drove there. There are places I can't go with a bike. Sorry. There are places I can't go with a bike or with a scooter or any other form of transportation other than a car because of safety issues, from specifically street safety, being hit by a car on too high of a speed road, anything along those lines. And so just something that I wanted to make sure I had brought up. One of the things that I have noticed with a number of patients who live in areas that do have either better sidewalks, as someone mentioned before, or bike lanes, or any kind of infrastructure that is better than a road that barely has a sidewalk and just high-speed lanes, is that they get out more. They're able to get to more community things, such as other, either pick up food or be able to do any, sorry, I get very nervous talking in front of people. But they are able to actually get around the community much better, even though they are mostly homebound otherwise. And then speaking more personally, as a father to a child with very severe cerebral palsy, being able to get her out, ideally it would be great if we could use sidewalks, but to replace every sidewalk in Baltimore that has a terrible curb cut would be much more expensive and much more arduous to actually do. And even if we did, the curb cuts don't always fit every single wheelchair or every single electric scooter that everybody has. And so having a lane or a separate infrastructure piece where somebody could go on a flat surface continually is much more accessible and much more easily traversed than anything that would be a kind of quasi-sidewalk solution or something like that. Separately, if a sidewalk solution were to be the thing to be brought up, a elevated sidewalk where it's actually a speed hump between them, where you actually end up making something of a lane on the sidewalk, would be a very interesting thought as well. But again, with expenses and just ability to give access to people who are otherwise do not have great access to the outside world. That is something that I just wanted to make sure was noted, and certainly are usually people who are not able to make it to these kinds of meetings. So with that, I just want to say thank you to everybody hearing me, and thank you to the other opposing side for being here. I've heard very interesting points. And I mostly came also to hear what oppositions there were, because being who I am and my particular complexion, I don't always know every other part of the city, and would like to know at least what else we could do to help people. So thank you very much for everything, and I hope, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Dan Dwyer.
Hello, City Councilors. This is my first time coming to a City Council meeting. So I am a cyclist in the city. I live in Woodbury. Honestly, I'm not really part of any special interest here. One of the reasons I took interest in this hearing is I was annoyed by some robocalls from, I think they're called the Friends of Glens Falls or something, trying to rally support for opposing bike infrastructure. And I'll tell you why that upset me, but I just bought a house in the city. I wanted to make a commitment to believe in this city. And I also came because I wanted to be a good example for my son. I think civic engagement is really important. I just had a son a couple months ago. He's adorable. But I want to tell you about why I bike, right? I moved to this city about 10 years ago, renting, of course. And one of the reasons I wanted to live in the city is because I wanted to get around by bike. I went to college in another city, and to tell the truth, it started. I did partying like a lot of people did, and I didn't really have a car, and I didn't want to drive drunk, and that's how it started. But I realized, not that I encourage people to ride bikes drunk. That's bad. I don't do that anymore, just to be clear. But I realized the other benefits that it was good for my health, my mental health, right? I was in a stressful college, and riding around helped clear my mental health after a long day of classes and studying. I was in great physical shape because of it. And I got to see the city in a way that left me connected to the city and the community in a way that cars don't. I noticed with driving, you kind of jump in a car and then you kind of zone out and listen to music or whatever, and you just teleport to your destination, and you don't really pay attention to the in-between. And I like that connection to my city. And so I decided when I moved to Baltimore, I wanted to get around by bike. And 10 years ago, as I was shown in the presentation earlier, the only real bike infrastructure was like Jones Falls. And so I was in the street with the cars, and it was dangerous, and I enjoyed it. And the truth is, if none of this infrastructure existed, I would still do this. But the reason I want to see more bike infrastructure is I want other people to share in what I have, which is after a long day of work, I get to commute home in the weather. I ride in the rain and the snow, and that helps me connected with the seasons, right? And so, I just wanted to also talk about the challenges of cycling in the city. I used to live in Reservoir Hill, and getting to other parts of the city from Res Hill, you'd have to dart across North Ave to get to the southern parts of the city. You'd have to cut across the long, circuitous route through Druid Park to get over to like Wyman Park. And the construction of the big jump and the completion of it on 28th Street. I know it's caused some confusion, but it was transformative for my bike commute. I used to ride on 28th Street before they put that in, and I always thought if I'm gonna die, it's gonna be right here. You know, if I'm gonna get killed on a bike, it's gonna be trying to cross North Ave to get to the rest of the town. And so I'm really appreciative of in support of the changes that I've seen. I've seen mistakes, but I understand the infrastructure is iterative as well, that the flex posts are designed to be the first phase or first iteration to study. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Kelly Bigelow.
I got short people problems. Hold up. How y'all doing? How do you eat an elephant? Bite by bite. So let's pick up our forks and break this down. According to the most recent census, Baltimore is a city that is approximately 62% black. The majority of this 62% black city are women, black women. Not because I say so, according to the most recent census, 2020. So I think it's apropos and suiting and fitting in the month of National Women's Month that, one, I want to thank our elders, president of Hanlon Community Association and Ms. Jews and others, for making this a ballot issue. African American women are the majority in this black city that sits on the water. So we understand we're in a city that's worth something. So bite by bite. Not only are we the majority, but that makes us a super voting majority council city. Now, if African American women are the majority in a majority black city, as well as the supermajority voting, and the demographics that show that we vote en masse between 45 to 65. And we have been able to make this a ballot issue, what we are voting by. The next bite you pick up to eat is how we are impacted. So another part of the census is that if we're the majority and we're the supermajority, then we are the head of households in the majority. So with that being the case, and unfortunately, we're in the majority of heading up households by ourselves or in extended families, there is an inability to want to entertain that the next bite you eat is that, yes, we need bike infrastructure. What community engagement looks like and the jargon you hear is not, we're going to show up and check it off the list because it's attached to federal dollars. When you have a federal contract and you seek out federal dollars for grants, like Bike More being a lobby, there are conditions that they must meet. Community engagement is one of them. It is attached to legally utilizing those federal dollars correctly. And this is why they shove it down your throats like a checklist. Now, if Roland Park can show cause of why they don't want it in their community and get the changes rolled back, that means that the work had to be redone. Then surely Gwynns Falls communities and the surrounding anchoring communities can do the same, or should have that extended to them. The other side of this is real community engagement means not just having a seat at the table, because Baltimore is being planned for everybody but Baltimoreans. That is the sentiment that you all don't hear in the streets when we come out our doors, with high crime and parking being taken away. So I have to park my car further with my babies and with my grandmother or with my parent that I'm a caretaker full time with and for. Now, I'm granola, and what that means is I drive an electric vehicle. I grow microgreens. I live with somebody who was a triathlete and from Chicago. So their bike system was implemented in a way that complemented the city. And it doesn't mean that they didn't go through the same things, but Chicago is a grid line city, planned. Baltimore is not. The jargon in Baltimore is that it's block by block. It's block by block for a reason. We are a city of neighborhoods. There are over 273 neighborhoods in this small city. That means you have different architecture in those 273 plus communities. That means that you have culture that germinates in those 270 plus neighborhoods. And as Baltimore has lost residents, the city has shrunk. We have lost representation because of it. So as Baltimore is being actively developed for everybody but the legacy Baltimoreans, and being part of the majority that makes me a supermajority voting, I would contend on that alone, I'm a special interest group. We are in transition across the board in many things in Baltimore. There's a lot of change, and a lot of people are not satisfied with you all across the board. This is a ballot issue for a reason. It's about quality of life. Now, it does impact different people different ways. I love my classic Schwinn that folds up. I love it. I call it Big Red. And the man that I live with that has expensive bikes all over my house that I have nowhere to house them. I got a Tommaso here, and I got bike parts there and helmets there. When you sell the idea that somebody is anti-anything in this day and age, this is not 2006 when this started. We are here in 2024. Did we not witness what happened in Atlanta with the poll workers when they were labeled anti? Those women were threatened. The threat was real, all because they were doing their civic duty. Let us not forget the result of a $140 million case to make them whole. So I would think as somebody who is a special interest group, because I'm part of the supermajority that votes, and this is a ballot issue, there must be a moratorium. Not because we're anti-bikes, but when you are not from this city and you don't know the historic redlining of DOT and their continual poor planning, they can't even build a bridge right. You miss out being at the table with someone like me whose family helped desegregate Baltimore. And I love being from the West Side. You're talking to somebody who's an engineer. I'm from the West Side of Baltimore. You're talking about somebody who is an entrepreneur. I run 2 businesses from the West Side of Baltimore. You're talking about somebody who's a federal contractor with my own contracting company. So when you come to the table, DOT, and you disrespect the talent that is in our neighborhoods because you have retired federal workers, you have retired engineers, you have retired transportation, educational professors, and civil rights advocates. And you think it's okay to show us canned pictures that you peddle as data. Data is metrics. Metrics means measurable. And as a technical project manager, how dare you come to the table and tell us, which I sat in on that meeting where we were told, well, data's not being presented because you all wouldn't understand it. We were told that. I understand data, I understand metrics, I understand in order to have a project, it has to be budgeted, scheduled, resourced, and measured. And the federal government requires that of any grant money that is awarded. And right now, More, I don't think they're compliant in meeting those grounds. So we come to you all, councilmen, bike lanes don't make streets safer. They don't. People make people safer. How you utilize it makes you safer. I want to be very, very clear that the interim CEO of Bike More put an African-American heavyweight matriarch in our environment in danger. It's no different than what happened with the poll workers. She's scared. For bike lanes, she's scared. The retaliatory actions of, well, let's ticket her because she parks in the alleyway to be safe, to exit her car because she's disabled to a certain, she might dress well, but you know, she might have a little more issues with age. How dare you sick DOT on her to ticket her when she's been parking there for 75 years because that home has been in her family that long. How dare you? Having a seat at the table means having a coalition of somebody from each district and having an occasional monthly meeting with every neighborhood, because everybody counts, not just Remington, not just Roland Park that had the power and the ear of our elected officials to get that mess rolled back, because that didn't work for them. It doesn't work for us either. You have an elementary school on Gwynns Falls. That means drop off and pick up. And we're not dropping off our babies or picking them up on bikes. That's just not the case for many of us. So although I value someone moving to my city, where I'm the supermajority voting bloc, and having confidence in our city because he was able to buy a house here when many of us cannot. Thank you for coming to my city, but you need to be at the table with us so you understand the reality for me as much as what your reality is. God bless you if you can get Mikey and them on the back of that seat. Many of us aren't doing that. I can't put my grandmother on a Schwinn and take her to an appointment. It is a recreational option that you choose. You're disenfranchising a whole block of people, not just black, but in the city. Baltimore is a colonial city, one of the first of the 13 colonies. Our streets are small. I can't even wear heels at Fells Point because everybody knows who's from there. You ain't gonna walk on that cobblestone, right? So when we reduce our speech to jargon, one plan does not fit all. You do it a disservice. We should be at the table with decision-making power, not just to listen what you want to tell us. We sat up here and watched the same canned pictures from DOT's head honcho in leadership. Not once was any data point cited. Now here's another bite for you off of this elephant. The dirty little secret is that bike traffic cannot be measured accurately. Why is that? Do we have drones up in the air measuring them? Are they chipped like our dogs to locate them? If they're being classified as transportation and the rerouting of roads and me being inconvenienced way beyond my quality of life, then why don't they have to get licensed? You can track licenses. Don't we want to track the data? You cannot measure bike traffic accurately. Do you have a surveyor out there? Do you have somebody with a radar gun? No. So how can you say what the utilization is outside of our own eyes that we see as occasional and it is recreational? Bike riding is recreational. Bike riding is recreational. And if you are smart enough and you have the ingenuity to figure out how to utilize it, put your grocery bags on, get a nice little bike, outfit it, good for you. It's still recreational. It's still recreational, which I love. I live across from a park that's not even sufficiently planned for bikes. It depends on where you put it. Do bike lanes make sense downtown? To some degree, if it's planned well, but you can't plan it like it's a gridline state. I mean, a gridline city, because we're not. Do bike lanes make sense in college areas? Of course. I would love to see Coppin State, Morgan, have bike planning and infrastructure that benefits those students. I would love to see that. It makes sense there. It doesn't make sense on Gwynns Falls. Not with the way that legacy community is designed. And we talk about the 77 miles. And we haven't reached it. The other little dirty secret of that is it's not just about completing 77 miles in Baltimore. They want it connected. And if they don't get it connected, there are hissy fits. Baltimore cannot be connected in the same way. We're not a gridline city, guys. We do this Baltimore all day long. And that's the way you have to pivot and move. But if you cared about true jargon, community engagement, then you would have those people who have different environmental factors, current urban factors impacting them. We got a school there, and you're going to bottleneck Gwynns Falls because you didn't get your way to come down the median because this black community didn't want the beauty of their community disturbed with bike lanes. However, what was offered as an alternative that would also benefit the community was, why not outfit the wide alleyways behind those houses with lighting and paved streets to route those cyclists around Gwynns Falls? You know what that does? That gives those cyclists insight and respect for the community that they want to ride through but don't live in. And it gets those community homeowners alleyways paved, because we all know you're doing a bang-up job with the streets that are a mess. I feel bad for anybody that rides a bike around Druid Hill Park with the potholes that I got 2 flat tires on my EV. You cannot track bike traffic accurately, but yet you quote it as well, you know, you had one person riding down here and you had 10. We all know that it's occasional. We also know that it is very gatekeeperish in the manner in which city council is approaching this issue. It's not just us. We just had the moxie to make it a ballot issue for you all. We're looking at how you handle this. Your jobs depend on how you handle this for all of Baltimore, and not pit us against each other, and not side with agencies like you work for them instead of the elected people in the 7th District, councilmen and others. We're watching you. Your jobs depend on how you handle this for all of Baltimore. My neighborhood isn't like Remington. Remington isn't like Lauraville. Penn North isn't like any of it. And we know how well that was playing with the buses. You screwed up the transit system. You screwed up the transit system. It is horrible. You can't navigate in this city. Red line is a real thing. Redlining is a real thing. DOT does nothing on the expert level. We know that. Not because we say so, proven metrics. Can't build a bridge right. Built it an inch too short? But I want to be like Roland Park. I want to be able to say, this does not work in our community. It puts our aging Black female population on the west side in jeopardy. They have to park farther from their homes. So what I say to you all is your jobs depend on this. Have everybody at the table so that I can convene with the gentleman that was so happy to move to my city and become part of my city, where I'm a super majority voting bloc and a special interest group, just by definition. Welcome. Come to my neighborhood. Why not do walkabouts with people from other neighborhoods in the neighborhoods that you want to put bike lanes in? Because see, if you start denying the narrative that we're against bike lanes, and we value your recreational right, but not at the detriment of my quality of life, and where my taxes are raised, my property taxes are raised, because you're assigning improvement under a 10-year master plan for urban renewal. So when I get my property assessments, I got bike lanes and higher taxes, but I don't have police in my streets. It's real for us. We don't dislike you, we don't hate you. But it's a false narrative that Black folks are more healthier with riding bikes. They weren't worried about my little black behind riding my pink Huffy down Bentlow Street. But what that says is that we evolve. Baltimore of today in 2024 is not Baltimore of 2006. That's why we're trying to get new mayorship. We're not trying to go back to the old. But we're not your enemy, but we are being inconvenienced as in a way that you are not. You are benefiting at the detriment of my quality of life. Maybe if there was some creative thinking with DOT and Bike More, and not so scared of losing federal dollars because they are not compliant, do a walkabout. Go walk to Hamlin. Hamlin's a beautiful neighborhood. We used to call it the Black Roland Park. You might not know that, but if you talk to us, you would. We don't want our streets tore up for bikes to come down, but we want it safe for everyone. We can't even get wheelchairs off the sidewalk because we're not ADA compliant. My health is directly related to if I get shot, not if I ride a bike. My health is directly related to air pollution, E. coli poisoning that happened to us. not a bike. We're not your enemy. We're not. We just don't want what your prescription is for us en masse. You need to understand the cities that you come from and come to here. 273 plus neighborhoods. Baltimore is unique, and we deserve unique ways of coming to the future. We have to have some type of infrastructure, but who says that the 77 miles have to be connected? Oh yeah, Mr. Dorsey. That district councilman. It doesn't have to be connected if it disenfranchises certain communities. But you can get your 77 miles. So thank you. I appreciate you all, but I am going to say, as part of the supermajority voting bloc and special interest group, which are black women that are 53% majority in Baltimore, and a homeowner and a business owner, your job, city council, and those that want to be mayor, have to land. You all have to stick this landing like Simone Biles. You got to stick it. You got to stick this landing. Because if you don't, you're putting Baltimoreans against Baltimoreans, and that's not okay. And the interim CEO should be fired. He should not have a seat anywhere in Baltimore. He put a woman's life at risk. He needs to go. And if he's contributed to anybody's campaign, that's public knowledge. We know how to find data, DOT. I'd like to see the data points that are assigned to the data that you showed, like those red dots. What are you citing? What measurements? Bikes cannot be accurately measured. They're not licensed. And if you're going to cause all this upheaval for them, make them pay taxes. Your jobs are dependent on you sticking this landing for all of us.
No. Thank you.
No, I was just called out my
Okay, ma'am.
name. I was just called, I'm
Ma'am.
asking, I'm telling you, I was just called out my name. So I need to be
Ma'am.
safe leaving out of here.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
You're definitely gonna be safe. We ain't paying him no mind.
Next up, Sonia Edie.
My name is Kelly Bigelow. I don't know his name.
Next up, Sonia Edie. Ma'am. Okay.
This disrespect needs to stop now.
Ma'am, you're up. You can. Go ahead.
Sorry, I had to take a pause from that. Being a black woman myself and a native of this city of Baltimore, the city that I love. My name is Sonia Edie. I'm stop again and say good evening, council. My name is Sonia Edie, and I am a native of Baltimore City and the president and voice of my neighborhood's community association, Poppleton Now. I am here in opposition of what is being proposed as complete streets. I started out with a question before I knew that there was going to be a PowerPoint, so I'm still going to ask my questions. Were there any demographic studies, community engagement, or review plans, or are they being decided as they go along? When you come into our community, you come in with predetermined plans. When asked questions or if opposition exists, there are never any follow-up on any new findings from community input. the neighborhoods are never given an opportunity to respond. The checking off of boxes and dictatorship and control of public community meetings needs to end today. We continue to see the cost and the harm when community is left out of the equations. The streets feel more unsafe. There's safety hazards that now for all people. The street narrowing and bike lanes prevent cars from making left-hand turns without coming to full stops and waiting for the traffic to the left to go before you can enter into that intersection. With the bike lanes, they does not leave any lane or space to go around left-turning traffic. Therefore, you are stuck at the light, which could change 2 to 4 times depending upon traffic. It diverts traffic into other parts of the neighborhood with people trying to avoid these streets where the street calming. It's causing traffic congestion and increased bad air quality, taken away from public neighborhood streets parking. These commercial mixed buildings that provides no parking, this makes it available for people to try to go and dine or purchase or even visit. You're taking away the parking. So it also creates road rage and neighbor parking friction. These are some of the things that in my neighborhood that we've experienced because of the parking being taken away. One of you mentioned this being a safety concern. Are you putting in, or are you imputing bike safety laws such as reflector gear, bike lights, head and rear, reflectors and signal lights? Are there going to be fines and warnings when they are not obeying traffic patterns like red lights and stop signs and allowing pedestrians to able to cross the crosswalks? One of you mentioned Poppleton. Poppleton has been fighting for over 2 decades for a traffic light to calm so the pedestrians can cross the street. We've had several car accidents and loss of life. We need our sidewalks cleared of growing weeds, repaved, sidewalks repaved, and made disabled, wheelchair, and pedestrian accessible. Last year, they put up those white sticks, what I call them, I don't know the name, which complicated the intersections, impeding more traffic from the right-hand turning. Somebody said Poppleton with no car ownership. These are people who rely on public transportation that y'all really screwed up. Lyfts and Ubers. They are mostly seniors and young mothers with young children living in public and subsidized housing. They are not riding bikes, but trying to get to doctor's appointments, grocery shopping, work, walking their kids to and from school, getting to their child care and senior care centers, just to name a few. They are not riding bikes. DOT, this plan needs to be paused, brought into the neighborhoods, and a written revision of the plan that reflects the needs and desires of those who reside there, neighborhood by neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Jeremy Collin. Next up, Suzanne Bailey. Samuel Helmy.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Sam Helmy. I am not representing the agency tonight, but I happen to be an employee of the Mayor's Office of Children and Family Success. I am a bike commuter, and in my spare time, I volunteer at Velocipede Bike Project. It's a nonprofit that runs a do-it-yourself community bike shop and educates people on maintenance and repair. What I love about that shop where I work is that it's one of a few places I can go and meet people from all over the city, from diverse neighborhoods, multiple generations, and different economic backgrounds, teaching and learning together. Many of the people that use that shop are longtime Baltimore bike commuters. They're tough as nails. Those that come in to buy bikes, though, are often either new to the city or longtime residents who haven't ridden a bike in a long time, but have spent many years of their lives driving on Baltimore streets. People from both those groups express to me all the time how nervous they are to ride on those streets. Baltimoreans who are getting back on a bike often say that they ride just for fun, but would absolutely commute if only there was a safe route. The newcomers often comment on their surprise at how much worse it is here to ride a bike than where they came from. Every major city in the world with forward-thinking legislators that prioritize the quality of their constituents' lives is investing in bike lanes, and has been for years. Baltimore is behind the times. I'd like to keep it short and go ahead and conclude here just by repeating something another Velocipede Bike Project volunteer said to me the other night. He couldn't be here because he's running the shop for me. He has been making ghost bikes for a number of years. Those are the bikes that are painted white that you see at the sites of a fatal crash. Sometimes it's someone he knew, sometimes it's a child, and every time he hopes it's the last one. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Suzanne Bailey.
Sure.
Great, thank you. Good evening. My name is Suzanne Bailey, and I am a Baltimore City resident, and I also work in Baltimore. And my main mode of transportation is my bicycle. I go to the grocery store, I work, I go to work on my bike. I even take my dog to his vet appointments on my bike. I go to my own appointments on my bike. Last year, I biked over 2,000 miles, mainly in Baltimore. And I'm here tonight because I care about safety. In April 2018, I was biking to work and I was hit on my bike. My collarbone was broken in 4 places, and I had a long recovery. I was not in a bike lane, I was just in the street. And after my recovery, I could not wait to get back on my bike. And the reason is because now we have more infrastructure. I feel safer on my bike. I have protected bike lanes. And this is important not only for me, but for all of us who bike, for all of us, like discussed earlier, who have different modes of transportation than vehicles. When you're in a vehicle, like was discussed earlier, and you're in an accident, you have 3,000 pounds around you protecting you. I didn't have that whenever I was hit on my bike. We also have people who are not here tonight, and that's our immigrant community, who has not been mentioned, but many of our immigrants travel by bike. They go early in the morning to prep restaurants. They leave late at night, and many of them are on their bikes. So when it's discussed that bikers don't bike at night, you're going to see a lot of us leave tonight at night on our bikes. Also, connection, that's been discussed. Connection, for me, is 2 things. It connects the city. So many people do not have access to vehicles, and when you're biking through the city, you should be able to go just like a car goes, not have to go off and be in an unsafe area. You should be able to be connected. It also connects us as a city. Whenever I'm on my bike, I get to connect with people I do not connect with whenever I'm in a car. It was mentioned that biking is a recreational option. For many people, it is not recreational. They don't have a choice. This is their main mode of transportation, and we depend on those in power to make sure our travels are also safe. There's been talk tonight about community engagement. I have been here about 3 hours. So whenever we talk about community engagement, I want us to think about time limits during this discussion. Many people tonight did not have their voices heard because they had to leave because there were no time limits. Only a few people are getting to be heard tonight. Mark Twain said, "I would have written a shorter letter had I had more time." When we come to these events, it's nice to be concise and respect everyone's time that is here. Lastly, I want to just say that I am a board member of Bike More. A lot has been criticized today about Bike More. I'm also an attorney. I believe in evidence. On February 28th, a peace order was presented in court about some allegations today. Evidence was taken by a judge, and the peace order was denied. So I just want to be clear, when we're talking about things, let's talk about facts. Again, I really care about Baltimore. I'm a huge advocate. My Zoom background is Baltimore, and I want us to make sure that everyone in Baltimore is protected, not just vehicles. And I thank you for having this issue.
Will Hanna?
Good evening. Thank you to the chair and to the council vice president, who also happens to be my council person, proudly, Councilman Middleton. We heard a lot of stuff here today, and I hear people touting, things and evidence and things that had nothing to do with actually what this hearing is actually about. So I represent one of the oldest organizations in Northwest Baltimore, 25-year-old, the New Park Heights Community Development Corporation. I've been there, and I say that because I've been in Park Heights for the last 40 years. Not once in 40 years have I gotten a survey, have I got sent a poll, have I got asked my opinion. And I can be somewhat astute. Imagine the average citizen in this city who doesn't get the information, that all they see, they just saw these white cones pop up one day and had no idea what it was. So I want my testimony, I don't want to reiterate what a lot of people have already said. What I do want to is highlight the same methodologies and strategies that DOT has done in my neighborhood. There was a project, around the Park Circle infrastructure redoing. When that project was done, the improvement project, when that project was done, it was an $11 million project by the Department of Transportation. We ended up with what we got there because it ended up being a $6.5 million project, and $3.5 million of that money went to a project in Cherry Hill. We know that because there was a congressional inquiry by the senator, the U.S. senator. So that's one. Councilwoman Middleton alluded to a project on Wabash Avenue, which nobody in the community knew about. I believe that meeting was held at the Zeta Center, where where some of us were invited there. There was probably maybe 30 people in that room. For a project of that magnitude and that importance, that should have been standing room only there, or it should not even have been able to be held at the Zeta Center. In that was a project that said that they're going to have a walkable Wabash Avenue. I don't know where these people live. I don't know nobody that wants to walk up Wabash Avenue. Walk. Let alone ride a bike, but walk up Wabash Avenue. Now, when it comes to bike lanes, my questions are, who asked for this? Was there something put out where the city was notified and every resident was sent something and people said, you know what, we think that's a great idea? Who thought this was a great idea? Because as we've heard over and over again, testimony after testimony, even the people that are for it, the testimony said that majority of the people in the city don't want bike lanes. I've never been asked the question, but I can tell you today I don't. But I've never been asked the question before. Neither has many of the residents in the 30,000 residents that live in my neighborhood. have not been asked the question whether they wanted a bike lane. I can't think of one. So I want to go back to my notes because I want to make sure I quote some things correctly. We heard the Department of Transportation say that there was community engagement that started in 2019 and ran up to 2020. Now, we all know that there was this huge event, worldwide event called COVID that started in 2020. I would love to know how much community engagement that had happened from 2020 to 2022 during COVID. How much community engagement done? Because that's what was on that chart, and that's what we were told, that this community engagement started in 2020. I never received anything. I run a 25-year-old organization. I've never received anything from the Department of Transportation regarding bike lanes or any transportation infrastructure improvement. The other thing is that we're putting bike lanes on streets that are crumbling. We have streets in Baltimore that still have streetcar tracks in them, which is why the streets break up every 5 years. Look at Fulton Avenue. You can repave it tomorrow. It'll be broke up again in 5 years. So why are we putting bike lanes on certain streets that we haven't done the little things, the small things, fix the potholes, repair the streets. But we're going to take that same street and put a bike lane on it. But what about the quality of life for the residents that live in those neighborhoods where those streets are torn to pieces? Why can't we take the money that we're investing into bike lanes, because I know there was some number that was given out, and I don't want to repeat it incorrectly because it sounded like it was 9 digits. This is what it sounded like, it was 9 digits. But why can't we take 9-digit money and put it into our neighborhoods? Why can't we make the priority? The priority is not a bike lane. The priority doesn't even necessarily be all of the transportation infrastructure things that we may say we want to do. What is the need? Can we prioritize this? There are a lot of things that we need in Baltimore. A lot. And I rode bikes all my life as a kid. I haven't had the need to as an adult. But there is a happy medium that can be fixed. There's a balance that can be struck. But this seems forced. This seems forced. Not just the bike lanes, the entire package. So what are we doing for the people in the city if we're not asking their opinion and we're telling them that this is what we're going to do? Who does that help? I had a question about, one of the things that I've never seen in a bike lane is a bike. If you go in, and I know people are going to say, well, if you come to my neighborhood, you'll see a bike. If you come here, you'll see me riding my bike at 7:30. It is a minority of people that ride bikes. I'm not saying that it's non-existent. It's a minority of people. And for the inconvenience that it causes to the majority of the people in the city is the problem. When you go on North Avenue, for example, we've heard that reference. When you go down North Avenue, you have a bike lane, a bus lane, a traffic lane, and nothing else. So the traffic is bottlenecked on North Avenue. 28th Street, you have a 28th Street, but then you have Druid Park Lake Drive. So you go through that cluster, and then you go right there to a little part of 83, and then you get right on the 28th Street, and you're into that cluster. This is why traffic is jammed up. That's why people avoid going certain ways, because you can't get through. That's a quality of life issue for some people. It makes them may not move to certain neighborhoods. That construction on Druid Park Lake Drive been there probably since I was a teenager. It's never changed. I'm not going to take too much more of your time. But I did hear from the Department of Transportation that they've looked at all these things in other cities that have worked. We always say how unique Baltimore is. And things that may work in other cities don't work here. They just don't, they don't necessarily work here. What I would like to see is for this city to focus on the quality of life issues in all of the neighborhoods in Baltimore. The potholes, repairing the streets, all of these things. And finally, to this point, What we just witnessed in here was atrocious, but it also was the point, the bigger point that was being made. We had a woman, a senior, one of my elders, a legend in my community, just got called a B word because she didn't like what was being offered. Should never be acceptable. That should never be acceptable. All because that's for and promotes bike enthusiasts did something atrocious. And I'm not,
You're done?
Excuse me? Oh, I thought I was somebody says. So that we heard that somebody did something that was atrocious. Are you speaking to me? Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So we have to, I'm all for people wanting to be healthy and being enthusiastic. We have the same issue, not just with the Department of Transportation. We have the same issue with the Department of Recreation and Parks. We have it with a lot of agencies in this. And we're not working to the benefit of the people in the city. This doesn't work to the benefit of the people of this city. I thought I heard something like $734 million, and I thought I lost my mind. The city is done with $641 million, or not done with $641 million. We've seen what this city will do with $734 million, and who does it benefit? If we're not doing anything that benefits all of us, why are we doing it for only a few that benefit from it? Rethink this plan. Bring it back to the table. Get the communities involved. I'm not saying it's a no. I'm saying we can do this differently. And not just with this issue, with a lot of issues that come into this building. That's my time. I appreciate it. Thanks for the time.
Thank you very much. Do we have any? All right, that concludes everybody who signed up. Is there anybody who I missed? Then I get the sheet. You can come up and say your name and speak.
Bonnie Eisenbeis. I thought I signed up back there.
Went through 5 sheets
I don't know what happened
of
to the
people we
sheet
didn't
of
see it.
paper that I wrote my name on, but
Okay.
yeah.
Let me go check. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm a resident of Baltimore City. I actually moved further into the city within actually last year, so brand new. And part of the reason we moved in was because we wanted an area that we could live more lightly, as in leave the car parked for a long time, ride bicycles, take public transportation. Luckily, we live near the circulator, which I have made a lot of use of, but I've also discovered bicycle routes, and it's just wonderful. And I don't use the bicycle routes primarily for recreation. I use them for grocery shopping or going down to the bakery and other errands that I have to do. I also have had the opportunity of living in Switzerland for quite a while. My husband is Swiss, and I saw over the period of time I started spending time there when I was 16, which was a long time ago, and I saw how bicycle paths came before the bicycles, that there were always little old ladies riding bicycles, but it wasn't a popular thing until the routes were there. And as the routes grew up, so did the bicycling. And I've heard tonight many times that these bicycle lanes are underutilized, and I just have to say people will get used to them and then feel safe. If they don't feel safe, they won't use them. Where we lived before, we were in Mount Washington, and we did use the recreational bicycle route. We used the Jones Falls Trail, but I wouldn't ride off of it. Basically, I wanted the completely protected trail, and now where we live in Oakenshaw, I have discovered that there are really a lot of routes we can use. And it does sound like from the other things I've heard tonight that maybe we need to have more discussions, but I also believe, as one person said, we can figure it out and we don't have to get rid of the bike lanes.
Could the remainder of the people that
If your name wasn't called for some reason, you might have signed up on the bill for the people that are waiting. So the remainder of the people that are left that want to say something, could you just kind of stand up in the center so we can, they've been waiting out there for quite some time, and
Sure.
we just want to move it along.
I'll
Go
try
ahead.
to make
Say-
it quick. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm from Baltimore. I grew up here. I've been a bike commuter
Say your name and who
Oh,
you
my
are.
name's Elizabeth Smith, and I grew up here, and I biked to school, and it was really dangerous. I had to ride on Northern Parkway, and then I had to get onto Maryland Avenue, and every day that I rode to high school, I thought, I might die on Maryland Avenue right now. This is really dangerous. When I was 20, I moved away. I lived in San Francisco for 6 years. I lived in New York for 4. Those are cities with small streets, old cities. Somehow they made it work. They've got bike lanes. They've got a transportation system that works. They've got people that walk around. People are on the streets. They're beautiful cities. It was really great living there. I moved back to Baltimore, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to try to keep my car-free lifestyle here, even though I know it's a little bit trickier. But I'm just going to go for it. And I've been back 6 years. And there's been some improvements. Maryland Avenue is awesome. You can go across, I guess, Northern Parkway. I always confuse North Avenue, Northern Parkway. You can get across it totally safely, and that was great. And then, I need a halt for just a second. And another introduction about myself is I am not affiliated with any bike group. This is the first bike advocacy I have done in my life. I just heard that this was happening, and I wanted to come because I've been impressed since I came back, but then over the last 2 years, my life has been transformed. And I'm like riding around going, who do I thank for this? Like, this is so cool. And I think what I want to end with is that people used to say to me, oh my gosh, like you're a bike commuter in Baltimore, like, are you crazy? And I had to a little bit be like, maybe. I'm definitely risking my life. But now, what I want to say to people is, no, like we have a system that's good and like you should try it. And in fact, my housemate, who is part of the new supermajority, just told me as I left the house today, she didn't even know I was coming here. She said, Z, oh my gosh, I decided I'm going to learn to ride a bike so I can get around on a bike too. The other thing that was said to me, Bonnie came with me and we talked. I don't have a car, so I ride bus if I'm not on bike. And we talked about how to get here. And she was like, well, I'm more comfortable on the bus because I'm not really that comfortable going that far downtown yet. I said, Bonnie, the system is good. Let's ride. It's a beautiful day. So we came on our bikes today. It's cool.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Kurt Schiller, resident of Upper Fells Point, and my community might be one of the different ones. We were engaged by DOT. We did have multiple meetings where the community could weigh in. There was opposition, but there was a lot of people that really wanted it. And the community did vote to endorse the bikeway that's proposed on Washington Wolf Street. I'm a longtime resident of the community. I've been there for 40 years. And we've been trying to get Washington and Wolf traffic calm for more than 3 decades. It's still not happened. A bike lane is something that will finally slow traffic on those 2 thoroughfares. We would like our streets to be residential streets, not just a speed track for commuters or for just ignorant motorists that don't think anybody else has a right on the road other than them. And the one thing that I heard mostly about the opposition to bike lanes was it slowed people down, which Councilman Burnett said he had a constituent say, bike lanes will slow me down when I'm driving, but that same constituent still voted against it, even though they wanted traffic calming in their neighborhood. So that's sort of hard for me to understand. We do want traffic calming in our neighborhood. So please complete streets.
Thank you. And I guess last but not least.
Yes, I will try to be quick since I am the last person standing between this and the end of this meeting. I am a Remington resident. I've lived there for about 6 years. So I'm just going to talk real quick about my experience before and after the 28th Street bike lane. Oh, sorry, I'm Brian Welch. In the run-up to the 28th Street bike lane being put in, personally, I noticed plenty of engagement in our community. The Greater Remington Improvement Association, GRIA, has monthly meetings for the community where this was discussed thoroughly. There were flyers passed out for each meeting. I can only speak to my own community, but I really hope that that same level of engagement and that same level of presenting this to everybody in a way that doesn't require any sort of particular technology or anything else. They pass out flyers for these meetings to every house, every mailbox in the community. I hope that that is true for every community that is considering one of these bike lanes. Real quick, before and after the bike lane was put in, beforehand, walking around 28th Street was frankly terrifying. Cars would come flying off the highway, off of that overpass, coming off of 83, barely slowing down, and come zipping down 28th Street. Walking around there, I was constantly afraid that a car would, even if I was on the sidewalk, crash into a car, jump the curb, cause some sort of accident that would put my life in danger, even though I was just walking around. Now that the bike lane is in, traffic has slowed, I feel much more comfortable walking around. The extra buffer on the south side of 28th Street, where the bike lane is, makes that particularly comfortable to walk. But even on the north side, where there's still just parking to separate the traffic from the pedestrians, it feels much more comfortable. I do also bike to work. I really appreciate having that 28th Street bike lane. I take the train to my job from Penn Station, so getting from Remington to Penn Station. I now have a on 28th, a lane on that. It's really the last block of my commute to get to the train station and to get to my house, where I don't have that bike lane, and that's easy enough to walk on the sidewalk if it's dark, if I don't feel comfortable on the bike. Finally, I also had a car. Driving on 28th Street, I found to be no more inconvenient with the presence of a bike lane. At most, I would have to wait for one additional light cycle to get from the off-ramp from 83 to where I needed to get for my home. So it's a minute, maybe less, that I would have to wait extra, which is really not a serious inconvenience. Finally, I just want to address real quick something that the first gentleman who was speaking here presented. He was showing you photos of cars that were wrecked on 28th Street. The red one that he showed first was my car. That bright red Mustang was my baby for 11 years. It was a 2006 Mustang GT. I loved that car. It was so much fun. It got smashed on 28th Street, and the bike lane had absolutely nothing to do with that. It was hit at about 3 a.m. on the Friday morning after Thanksgiving. Presumably the driver was somewhat intoxicated, going much too fast based on how much my car moved. And really, there's nothing you can do about that. At 3 a.m., if someone is intoxicated or just driving recklessly, they're gonna hit something. It happened to be my car. That is not the bike lane's fault, and having the bike lane really had no impact on that. Furthermore, I would much rather have a bike lane in place and have my car have been totaled by that accident, knowing that it makes my community safer, knowing that it makes my family safer walking around the neighborhood. I will definitely take that over a car any day, no matter how much I love that car. So thank you very much. I hope that we continue building more bike lanes so that everyone gets the pleasant experience with it that I have had.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify? No? Well, thank you everybody for joining us for this hearing. I'm glad everybody got an opportunity to say everything that they wanted to say. And so please, before you leave, check the area around your seat to make certain that you have everything you brought with you. And we'll be taking a 5-minute recess, but before we do that, I will give the bill sponsor an opportunity to make some final comments.
Just quickly, I want to thank everyone that took their time to testify. The chair, basically is the person that runs their committee the way they would like to run it, and they let everyone speak as long as they wanted to speak. And it just shows that we can have some candid conversation and express your opinions. And I do want you to go away with, we're going to, I think we need another hearing. And I want to do that because I kind of jotted down some things that I would like Department of Transportation to try to bring back at the next hearing. And I know that the councilman of the 7th district had shared some things, but you need to get that measurable data for all of our districts, basically, so that can be something that I think that we would need. I would like also a clear definition of what your office calls engagement, or, what a true definition is, and also a definition of multi-youth paths. I also think someone had mentioned about streets that the fire department cannot or would have a problem with. If you can get a list of those streets, that would be good. Also, there was a business that testified, and there seems to be some problems with loading zones. So if you can kind of get the rules or signage that's needed for loading zones, so businesses aren't afraid that they had to, they have to drop off things in fear of getting a ticket. There should be an actual labeled loading zone. And then I think in your presentation you did acknowledge, mistakes. That's what this is all about, is gathering suggestions and acknowledging mistakes so we can move on and really try to connect our diverse communities the way they need to be connected. So we're going to give you time to get a number of these things together, and I think we need to have another dialogue down the road. So I'll be working with the council chair in trying to figure out how we're going to fit that in with all of the other hearings that seem to be taking place. So I don't know if you have any last comments. Okay, that covers it. And again, thank you all for taking your time. This is an important subject, and I really can't reiterate over and over, Complete Streets is an ordinance and it's a law. So it's about working together to try to figure out the kinks and just trying to, we have to work together with this. A lot of people gave a lot of important information that will really help to steer us all and all the communities in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. We are now in recess. Good evening. This is the Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee. We are resuming to hear EA 24-0232. Catherine Howard, member of the Baltimore Board of Municipal Zoning and Appeals. If you can please come up to the podium, introduce yourself, tell us, give us some of your background and why you would like to serve on the broken BMZA.
Perfect. Good afternoon, well, I guess now evening, Chair and Madam Vice President. My name is Catherine Howard. I go by Kate, and I've recently been nominated to serve as an alternate on the Board of Municipal Zoning and Appeals. First, I would like to apologize for my attire. It's my Friday at my office, but since I work up on Charles Street, I could sprint down Fayette and get here at 4:10. A bit about me. I'm a Baltimore native. I have a master's degree in historic preservation, and I've worked at the Baltimore Development Corporation and now work as a project manager with the State Department of Housing and Community Development, managing funding towards community-led development projects in Northeast Baltimore City and Baltimore County. In my daily job, I'm listening to the needs and wants of communities while also understanding things that have happened without their input, especially when it comes to zoning. As an alternate, I believe I'll be able to offer the BMZ unique perspectives while also continuing to learn from my fellow members as I continue my participation on the board. Let me know if you guys have any questions about me or what you would like to do.
Yeah, so thank you very much. Thank you for your willingness to serve. Have you been watching the BMZA meetings lately?
Yep, I have tuned in a couple times. Usually my team meeting is established at 11 a.m. on Tuesdays, which has already been worked out that I would adjust for any meeting that I get called to.
Gotcha. So I'm sure you're aware that the BMZA abruptly decided to change course on how they've operated since before I was born. And they decided to now start just denying variances at every turn that the next door neighbor could have applied for a year and a half ago and got full approval. Now they are no longer approving them because of interpretation of a law where they feel that you can only grant a variance if there's such property. And so what do you think about that? Are you familiar with that issue first?
I know a bit about it. Wow, Lord. But I'm not super familiar as the depth of the change, no.
Okay, so basically they just decided that they're going to interpret the law in a different way. And that was done by the MZA. And that new interpretation, the consequence to that is people who have gotten basic variances in closing a porch could no longer get those. It's a constituent who is suffering from ALS, who lived in a small semi-detached home, who needed to build a side addition on a ground floor level entry, so they can live in their home, and it was denied because of this new interpretation. Whereas there's probably on that same block about 8 or 9 different houses that have built additions simply because they just needed more space, and those were all approved prior to that new interpretation. So that's been a big problem for us. You know, there's obviously the reason we have a board is to hear cases when there's nuance to it or there's people opposed to it. You hear it out. But my experience has been that when you have situations where there's no opposition, a person onto it, you can have the neighborhood association approving it. They're still denying these variances. So what do you think about those minor variances and whether or not they should be approving them?
I think that's an interesting one neighbor or resident that is not allowed to have something when the so I think in that instance, or it is similar to that particularly make any sense. And I think that there should be a way that you can work towards getting those variances instead of making a clean sweep that you are going back to a new interpretation.
Good enough for me. Anybody have any questions? No? Okay. I'll move this nomination favorable. Do I have a second?
Should I get Torrance
now? Yeah.
So moved. Oh, hold.
Hold on, we're grabbing one other person so we have a quorum.
Fun. Just a couple more minutes, it's okay.
This is just a moment of silence for all the applications that have been denied by the BMZA this year. So. We are now joined by Councilman James Torrance of the 7th District. There's a motion on the floor to approve Ms. Howard to the BMZA. It's been properly seconded. We'll take a roll call vote.
Chair Schleifer.
Yes.
Chair Schleifer votes aye. Mr. Burnett is absent. Mr. Costello is absent. Vice President Middleton.
Aye.
Vice President Middleton votes aye. Member Ramos.
Yes.
Member Ramos votes aye. Mr. Torrance. Mr. Torrance votes aye. Mr. Conway is out of the room. Okay. Mr. Chair, there are 4 votes in the affirmative, no negatives. This can go to second read at the next meeting.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along. We will move on to the next hearing. And I want to thank everybody for their patience, everybody from Muncie for waiting through that extensive hearing that lasted a lot longer than we expected. So thank you for that. We are now hearing LO 24-0059, an informational hearing on the Safe Streets program. For the purpose of the committee to conduct a legislative oversight hearing on the hiring practices of the Safe Streets program, I'll first turn it over to the president for opening statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you, Monty, and all the folks who are with us here tonight that unfortunately had to sit through, I guess, a couple hours of testimony regarding the previous bill. The purpose of us joining tonight is I truly believe in the hard work of Safe Streets. I've actually walked the streets with some of the men and women in Safe Streets and seeing the boots on the ground and understanding the direct impact that they have in the communities in which they serve. Obviously, when things come up that is concerning, like the raid and like some of the recent revelations in federal court, what we need to do is be very proactive to ensure that, one, the onboarding process, the vetting process, the compliancy of the program is there. What I've constantly said to folks is we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, just like we can't throw the police department away in times of police officers who break the trust of our city and of our citizens. It's the same with these current allegations or some of the speculation around Safe Streets. So this is just an opportunity for us all to take a step back. This is a legislative oversight hearing for the council to really understand and know that there are universal policies and procedures associated with the hiring practices and ongoing employment as it relates to compliance associated with the individuals. Again, I know the overwhelming men and women that work in Safe Streets do an amazing job and do it for the intent of ensuring that we drive down crime in our communities and our neighborhoods. But this provides us with a level of security to ensure that we uphold the integrity of the intent of the program. So with that, Mr. Chair, I guess we turn it over to Monty if you guys have a specific presentation, or Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Go ahead, if you can just make the presentation bigger. Give me the. All right, take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Schleifer and members of the Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee. My name is Stephanie Mavronis. I serve as the Director of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Thank you for the opportunity this evening to share information about Safe Streets and the hiring process. Safe Streets is a program that the mayor also believes deeply in. He has a strong commitment to it. The mayor himself has said that growing Baltimore's community violence intervention ecosystem means strengthening our flagship Safe Streets program and bringing other organizations into the fold. The mayor's committed to bringing stronger oversight and accountability of Safe Streets and a focus on commitments to our frontline violence interrupters, and so focusing on greater support, safety, training, and career pathway development for this workforce. City government's oversight of Safe Streets Baltimore has grown under the Scott administration, and we're continuing to find ways to improve, strengthen, and evolve the work, and that's some of what we'll share today as we go through the process. Go to the next slide. So the format of our presentation today, we will cover some context around Safe Streets. We'll go step by step through the hiring process from start to finish, from application through vetting, through interviews to actual hiring recommendation. We'll provide an update on the Beller Edison site and discuss some of the data, outputs, and outcomes associated with Safe Streets. So going to the next slide, let's start by talking about what it is that Safe Streets is responsible for. This is an evidence-based public health program to reduce gun violence. The program came to Baltimore in 2007, under which time it was under the purview of the Baltimore City Health Department as a public health intervention strategy and outreach-based intervention strategy. It's modeled after the Cure Violence program, which employs violence intervention specialists to mediate brewing conflicts that could result in gun violence. Safe Streets workers focus on community outreach, public education, conflict mediation, and violence interruption within a specific geographic area. And so on the next slide, I'll share the structure and context of the program just organizationally from Monty through our community-based organizations that are partners in this work. So as you can see, the org structure that you see at the top, you can see from the Monty director to Monty's gun violence prevention associate director to our community violence intervention deputy director and a staff for community violence intervention. This team and this line provides programmatic oversight and strategic alignment with the program. We provide direct technical assistance to the site staff and community-based organizations. We provide standard operations management and administrative support, and we maintain the integrity of the evidence-based community violence intervention model and ensure regular empirical evaluation. And so those are really our responsibilities as a city agency under which this program is housed. LifeBridge Health Center for Hope and Catholic Charities are our two community-based operators of Safe Streets. LifeBridge Center for Hope, you can see the 6 sites, Park Heights, Franklin Square, Woodburn, McCabe, Belvedere, Beller Edison, and McElderry Park, which is under their purview. And then Catholic Charities provides day-to-day operations for 4 of our sites, Brooklyn, Cherry Hill, Penn North, and Sandtown, Winchester. We've gotten questions at times about the standard structure for sites, how the site hierarchy itself is actually structured. This is just a graphic I pulled from a report that we shared back in April 2022, really putting on paper what the model of Safe Streets is in Baltimore. Our community-based organizations, they hire staff who have credibility within and familiarity of the site post. They must possess strong relationships with people who are most at risk for gun violence in the community and have a strong understanding of the social determinants of health. This is a public health model, and so a typical site structure is shared here. The 2 leadership positions, kind of what we consider top leadership positions, which I'll return to a few times throughout this presentation. We have site director and violence prevention coordinator. That's what we see as our leadership positions. And then a site supervisor who oversees violence interrupters. So almost every one of our 10 sites follows this model with very few exceptions. I believe Sandtown Winchester has additional violence interrupters just given the size of that catchment zone. But we'll talk a little bit about the specific site breakdown in just a moment. But this represents the site hierarchy. Jumping into a little bit of context, I mentioned at the top the Scott administration's commitment to community violence intervention and strengthening Safe Streets specifically. Back in January 2021, when Monty as an office officially got started, the mayor tasked us with something very clear and simple, conducting an internal assessment and evaluation of Safe Streets, cultural, operational norms, how the sites were doing, whether implementation across all 10 sites looked the same or whether we saw variation, how the workforce felt about their work, how the community felt about Safe Streets. And so through a series of interviews, that internal report was something that we released in April 2022. It can be found on our website. We shared the outcomes of that evaluation and our recommendations for how the work would be strengthened. And then in July 2022, for the first time, Monty put on paper standard operations guidance for our community-based organizations. Prior to the Scott administration, the guidance that existed around Safe Streets was largely what had been done in practice, what was listed in the contracts, but we did not have clearly documented standard operating procedures, and that has changed. The Scott administration has put together a full development of standard operations protocol that not just Safe Street sites, but all of our community violence intervention partners play a role in. And then in January 2023, I'm just bringing us up to more recent history, administrative site transitions were complete. So one of the things that came out of that internal evaluation of Safe Streets, we knew we had 8 community-based organizations operating sites. We saw a lot of variation in the implementation across those 10 sites. And so there was an opportunity to work more closely with 2 of those providers, both who had experience running Safe Street sites, Catholic Charities and LifeBridge Health, who also played other roles in our community violence intervention ecosystem in the realm of hospital violence intervention, victim services, other wraparound supports. And so, as I mentioned earlier, Catholic Charities is the operator of 4 sites, while Center for Hope administers 6. So I'm going to jump in next to a slide that I think we'll probably come back to throughout this presentation and the Q&A around the hiring process. The hiring process is a process that is intensive. It's involved. I've said before that not just anyone can be a Safe Streets worker. This work is highly specialized. It requires someone who has credibility within the community, who has credibility with the high-risk population that the public health model is meant to intervene with. And so we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to screen out candidates who may not be the best fit, who may not have the right qualifications for the role, who may not have credibility in their site before we're even getting to an interview panel. So with that being said, I'll walk through this quickly just so we're on the same page. For our Safe Streets community-based organization, so by that I mean Catholic Charities or LifeBridge, they are recruiting prospective candidates up for posted vacancies. Prospective Safe Streets candidates can then submit a job application via Catholic Charities or LifeBridge for positions that they are hiring for. The Safe Streets CBO then submits a list of applications that they've received to Monty, at which time we enter those names into the preliminary background vetting process. Monty's Gun Violence Prevention Associate Director, Crystal Miller, is to my left, and she can absolutely speak more to this process. She submits that list of prospective candidates to the Baltimore Police Department for an initial preliminary background review. Monty and BPD meet on the submitted names to discuss who can move forward. There are certain kinds of charges that we're looking for. We want to do a level of deconfliction. If there are individuals who may be engaged in an active investigation or something of that nature, we wouldn't want to allow them to continue through the interview process. And so those are the kind of things that first round of background vetting allows us to do in partnership with the police department. Then, once we have that meeting with BPD, Monty communicates the names that are cleared from that first round of vetting to our community-based organization to let them know we're ready to enter into that next phase of vetting. And this phase of vetting is one that Monty does play a role in. Our CVI outreach liaisons who are staff at Monty do an in the community vetting. And so in that process, anyone who clears initial background vetting goes out into the community, walks with our CVI outreach liaison, and we're able to assess, does this person know the neighborhood that they want to work in? Do they have credibility? How are they received? Are there concerns that are coming up in that process that we need to be mindful of? And so after that, in the community vetting, for anyone that's getting a thumbs up from our team that we're saying, yes, this seems like a great prospective candidate who represents the values and qualities we want to see in someone associated with Safe Streets, then we're at the point of moving them forward to an interview panel. That interview panel includes a few people. It includes, obviously, the community-based organization that is the hirer. It includes Monty. It includes a representative of the community, and it includes a district rep from BPD. And it's a consensus model. And so all of those folks have to agree following the interview that this is someone we want to move forward into the program. If a recommendation is made coming out of that interview panel that this candidate's great, we want to move forward with them, that candidate then would move into Catholic Charities or LifeBridge Health's actual onboarding and hiring process. And so that's how that recommendation comes to be. I know this is a long process, but I think it bears repeating that we're very meticulous and intentional in the vetting process. We've taken a lot of time to make sure that we're able to do that process seamlessly with BPD, that we're able to quickly move candidates through the process. I have to thank BPD for being really great partners in that effort. We couldn't do it without them, and we think the part of the process they play is absolutely important. We can go ahead to the next slide and jump into some of the numbers here. So for those of you who saw my presentation before the council back on Valentine's Day, we shared some of this information, and we've been able to make some progress even in the past 2.5 weeks. So this outlines the current vacant positions as of March 5th for all 10 of our sites. So you'll notice that we have 28 total vacancies across 10 sites. 3 of those are at the site director level. 4 of those are at the violence prevention coordinator level, again, across all 10 sites. We are hiring for 1 site supervisor, and we have 20 violence interrupter positions that we're currently hiring for. And so this, we've done and completed our process alignment with the Baltimore Police Department around the hiring and vetting process itself, and in partnership with our community-based organizations that administer Safe Street sites, we are deep in the recruitment, vetting, and hiring process, kind of in this hiring push. We know that we cannot have a fully operational program when we're not operating at staff capacity. We're never going to see the number of mediations that we could reach if we don't have full staff capacity, and so that is a major priority for us right now. I wanted to provide this information also by site. So you can see our site breakdown here, the number of budgeted positions, the number of staffed positions, and the number of vacant positions. And I'll break this down again in the next slide in just a moment, but want to pause here. Bel Air Edison, we have 5 positions vacant out of 7 budgeted positions. As I believe the council is aware, the Safe Streets Bel Air Edison site is temporarily inactive, meaning a temporary pause in canvassing. We have 1 violence interrupter on staff. We have 1 VPC, one of our site leadership positions that's about to be onboarded. We're really excited to have identified at least 1/2 of our leadership team for the site. But without safe staffing levels, we cannot safely canvass the community. And so we're focused right now on a collaborative rebuild and reset with Monty, LifeBridge Center for Hope, and community stakeholders. That process is currently in progress, and I anticipate an update around Bel Air Edison specifically within the next 2 weeks. So we're kind of have marked this month as rounding out our hiring push and hope to be able to provide an update on Bel Air Edison in that time frame. If we go to the next slide, I should also mention Cherry Hill is fully staffed. I'm going to highlight at least that one piece of news on that slide while I can. Okay. Going to the next slide, this helps break down how we are ranking the prioritization of hiring for our sites. When we are marking a site as priority, that means when we're working with the Baltimore Police Department to vet, when we're scheduling in the community vetting with our staff, we are prioritizing sites where we need to identify leadership, and we're making sure we have safe staffing levels for canvassing. Bel Air Edison is our top priority for hiring. You can see we have 1 of 2 leadership positions that we need to identify, and we currently do not have safe staffing levels for canvassing, and so that is a high priority. You can see there are 2 other sites that are high priority, Franklin Square and Park Heights. In both of those sites, we have to hire for the top leadership positions, and so that's a major priority for us. And you can see that the majority, at least half of our sites, exactly half of our sites, have all leadership identified, and all of our sites, with the exception of Bel Air Edison, have safe staffing for canvassing levels. And so this helps break down and give a little more detail to what we're seeing in terms of the health of Safe Streets from a hiring and vacancy perspective, and where we're focusing our attention in that vetting and hiring process. So I mentioned that flow chart earlier. of the hiring process and the different roles that Monty, BPD, the community-based organization, and prospective candidates play. Since November 28th, we have seen 147 applications be submitted for Safe Streets positions to the community-based providers. 142 of those names were submitted for BPD vetting. 92 prospective candidates have been cleared in that time period by BPD. Monty has vetted in the community vetting for 58 of those candidates. We have 16 candidates that were cleared from that vetting process by Monty to move on to the interview round. We've conducted 6 interviews and ultimately hired 4 people. I think a few of these numbers may have even changed over the past day or so, but I did think that this was interesting from the perspective of, in that preliminary vetting with BPD, we're seeing approximately 62% of people move forward onto that next round. In that same period, we saw approximately 27% of candidates cleared in round 1 vetting who were then recommended for interview after round 2 vetting. And so we are really being intentional about who are the right people to have in this role, and how can we make sure that folks at the staff level are upholding the integrity of the program and that we are maintaining a focus on our oversight role. Just a couple final slides here to round us out, and did want to address an update about the Bel Air Edison site. I mentioned that Bel Air Edison is temporarily inactive, including a temporary pause in canvassing. There's no indication that Safe Streets Baltimore was the subject of the investigation. I mentioned that we are stepping through a collaborative reset and rebuild of the site. It is our highest priority. But there are a few things that we're doing while the site is temporarily closed, which can be found on the next slide. So during this temporary pause, we're focusing on community engagement and neighborhood stabilization. This is something that Monty's doing in partnership with LifeBridge, and also with Living Classrooms, Foundation Operation Respond. Dante, who is at the helm of Operation Respond, is a former Bel Air Edison site director, and so someone who has a lot of credibility in the community, and who does work now in the community violence intervention ecosystem, connecting people to critical resources, which is really at the heart of Safe Streets. So I mentioned, and we'll just highlight here again, the requirements for making the determination to reopen the site. We need leadership identified. I mentioned we have 1 of 2 of those positions filled. So we're almost there, but not quite there yet. And then we will need safe staffing levels for canvassing. Currently, that's not met, but we do have a few violence interrupter candidates for Bel Air Edison matriculating through that process. Finally, just wanted to end with a brief discussion on data, outputs, and outcomes. There were no homicides in any Safe Streets catchment areas during the months of November and December 2023. It's something that we definitely want to highlight and recognize. Safe Streets Penn North, as some of you may have seen yesterday, achieved 365 days plus with no gun-related homicides. As of today, it's been 479 days. And in 2023, Safe Streets staff recorded 1,453 mediations. Our staff have conducted 184 mediations this year through March 2nd. I mentioned earlier that staffing has an impact on the number of mediations we can conduct, and so we look forward to really being able to press and drive these numbers as we get additional staff on board. And then finally, I wanted to just end here. This is actually just a screen grab from an example of one of the reports that Monty shares on our website. We have taken, one of the things that we did, I should say, as far as strengthening Safe Streets, was made improvements to the way that data is collected and documented, making sure we can have a higher level of detail around the data, that we can play an even greater role in that realm from a technical assistance perspective. This is an example of an annual report that we've made. So taking kind of aggregate level mediation data, things that are that we're able to share at that level that don't jeopardize any concerns around public safety, really being able to see when did a mediation happen, what was at the crux of that mediation, how does that interplay with some of the public safety statistics. And so I would invite anyone who's interested in this to take a look at the reports we have with Safe Streets data on our website, because it is something that we're committed to being transparent and sharing about. And I think that's the end of our presentation, so happy to go into questions.
All right, thank you very much. I guess I'll get it started. This was definitely very informative. Learned a lot of new things about the process just from that flow. Just out of curiosity, who ultimately makes, because we saw we went from like 168 candidates down to 4 hired. Who makes the ultimate decision whether or not somebody gets hired or not?
The ultimate decision to hire is with the community-based organization that is the employer. As I mentioned, a hiring recommendation comes out of the panel, and if there's an individual around that table who has strong reservations about a candidate, that candidate is likely not going to be recommended for hiring. But the ultimate decision is our employer. I think we've had instances where someone was recommended for hiring, and for whatever reason, through going through the community-based organizations process, they weren't able to fully make it through that process. They are the employer.
Gotcha. Is there a reason that they're, I mean, were they here before and then just left, or was there a reason they're not here tonight? The two employees, Catholic Charities and LifeBridge?
I know I spoke to them about the hearing. I let them know what was happening. I don't believe they received an invitation from the council. I know we're here, by request of the council.
Yeah. Okay. Because we can't force them to come here. They don't work for us. We're not under contract with them. So.
Was that request made, Councilman?
I mean, no. Okay.
Okay.
The next question I have is regarding. I saw in a few different parts of the process it said about BPD is involved in vetting. Speak for myself, that's new to me. So what is BPD's role in the vetting process?
I'm going to allow Crystal to take that since she works directly with BPD in that process. This actually isn't a new part of the process, but I am happy to say we've strengthened the process. We've been able to expedite and streamline it with our partners at BPD, but they play a role from kind of beginning to end. But Crystal, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Good evening, everyone. So in our partnership with BPD and the vetting process, it is the first round of making sure that we have individuals who aren't going to bring any open records into the hiring process, or if there are any offenses that are automatic eliminations from continuing through the hiring process. And those items would be offenses, any sexual offenses, any offenses with arson, or cases of child abuse. That is an immediate elimination. And so through that vetting process, we're also looking to make sure, like I just mentioned, that there aren't any open cases or anything that would jeopardize someone's credibility or their safety if they were to continue through the hiring process and then onboarded.
Gotcha. So if you can just walk me through that a little bit. So what does that look like as far as BPD's role? So if BPD, runs somebody and they say, oh, this one's not recommended, this person's not recommended, is that an automatic disqualification?
Depending on what the cause is for that no for recommendation, as far as what they legally can share with us, as we are not sworn officers, there's only so much information we can be provided by BPD on why there is a no for recommendation to continue through. But typically, because of the relationship and what we've been able to establish in that partnership with BPD, there are some clear defined criteria that we share and that BPD shares, and being able to make that determination together. And if there is an individual who has been recommended and may have some strong ties to the community, they may be considered to continue through, but typically it's a no.
Gotcha. So there is a possibility that somebody who BPD says, we can't give you all the specifics, but we wouldn't recommend this person, is it still physically possible that they end up getting hired?
I would say probably not. It's a strong chance that they would not be hired.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, from us, if we're not getting back the name, like the affirmative from BPD on a candidate via our process, we're not moving in the community vetting. And so unless there was some other kind of strong circumstance, I think we can say no, that candidate is not moving forward.
Gotcha. And do the applicants sign a waiver that allows that they know that they're going through this vetting process through BPD, and that BPD may run them through databases that standard background checks wouldn't have access to?
With the application process, that understanding is established with, are you agreeing to a background check? And as folks are recruited for Safe Streets, it is shared that there is a vetting process and there are phases of the vetting process. So that, I would say that is the agreement, and sharing that understanding that you'll be going through a vetting process, and then with the agreement on signing an application to be hired.
Gotcha. So they're run through the same process, the NCIS process that BPD vets officers through?
I'm not familiar enough with the process that BPD vets officers through to say that definitively.
Uh-huh. So, I mean, are you familiar whether or not they put him through that program that the police department has?
There are several systems used through BPD to determine whether or not someone should be able to move through the vetting process. What those systems are by name, I'm not certain of.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Did you have any questions?
Yeah,
Mr. President?
just like Chairman said, yeah, I think this provided a lot of oversight and clarity on the intense nature of the vetting process for someone to become hired. I know many of us have gone through different job applications and processes, and I would beg to argue that nobody in this room has gone through the level of vetting and steps to kind of ascertain a job. So thank you for that level of detail. But that's the point of this hearing, just to ensure that we're putting out there that there are steps in place and communicating. Because again, the hard working men and women of Safe Streets, the ones that are doing the job the right way, deserve to have that same level of clarity and have that trust with community members and public officials alike. With that said, could you go over, and I'm not sure you're prepared, the payment, the salaries of these individuals? A lot of times I think that gets lost when we talk about the hard work that they do, and then we start looking at the stats and we look at even the fact that they want to do this work and kind of go through the process you just laid out to us. But are you prepared to kind of talk about salary?
So the starting salary for Safe Streets for violence interrupters is $45,000 a year. For violence prevention coordinators and site supervisors is $50,000 a year, and site directors is $65,000 a year. I will add that those base salaries were established in 2022 with a lot of the structuring that we've done for Safe Streets to ensure that staff are earning a livable wage for the work that they are doing.
Yes, thank you for your leadership in increasing the salaries. I know that that's been talk on this council. Are you prepared to talk about the benefits that they receive? Or no? Is it specific by CBO?
I would also add that there is a cost of living allowance that staff should also receive with that salary increase, and benefits are based off the benefit packages that the employers offer for their employees. So those benefit packages may differ based off of the CBOs. Many of our staff, they are now receiving life insurance, health insurance, and other benefits that they may not receive from any other types of employment.
Thank you again. I think that was another push by this council, particularly as it relates to life insurance, knowing some of the occurrences that have happened over the past several years. I believe that wraps up my questions as it relates to the onboarding and hiring process and payment. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ramos, do you have any questions? Councilman Torrance, do you have any questions? Okay. So I got a couple more questions. So do any of these, at what point, did any of these employees ever work for the city? Like, were Safe Streets employees prior to these CBOs, were they ever city employees?
No, Safe Streets staff members have never been city employees from the inception of the program in 2007. The first site, those staff members were employees of Living Classrooms.
Living Classrooms, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And this goes back to the inception of the program, the time that the program was within the purview of the health department.
Gotcha. So even back then, they weren't city employees?
No.
Gotcha. Because I just recall I've been at, certain block parties or events, and, they would have city IDs. So I wasn't sure if they were city employees and then got moved over to not being city employees, which obviously you get less benefits working for a Living Classroom than you would working for the city or something like that.
There's always been staff, I will say, there's been staff on the city government side doing similar to the work we do today, technical assistance, and providing support. I know, like back in the day, some of the people who were associated with Safe Streets on the city government side started as, peer recovery specialists and outreach folks in that realm. But there has, like Crystal said, from the inception been that partnership, very intentionally so, with community-based organizations, because a program like this is one that they can do things that city officials can't. They can have conversations that city officials can't, and they're seen and received differently by the community than a city official might be.
Gotcha.
And when they were under the health department, I don't know I can't remember the organizational structure, but there were folks that were inside of the health departments that they blended right in with the Safe Streets employees, Dante Boxdale, for instance, who was a city employee. So I think that might be some of the confusion that you might have if you see them wearing the shirt and with the men and women of Safe Streets, that they were a city employee. They just was connected to the work and really believed in the work and had that symbiotic relationship with them.
Gotcha. And on slide 6, you mentioned about the SOP, and it's been updated over time. Is that something you can provide to the committee?
I'd be happy to brief the committee on the contents of that operations manual. It is a document from city government that we share with our community-based organizations that are actually our contracted partners. Is a very extensive document. It's something that I'd be happy to brief you about, Councilman, and make sure you understand the contents of it. I would need to consult with the law department just on what that would look like. I think we've gotten guidance in the past that sort of document should not be released in that fashion.
Right. Is that still the position of the law department?
I'd have to see the document, so I'm happy to have that conversation.
Okay. I mean, so the committee request that I'm putting out there is that I would like a copy of the SOP, and then if for some reason there's a reason you can't provide it, I would like to obviously get an explanation from the law department as to why that is. There's one question that I had regarding the SOP that was asked in the past regarding specific incidents when conflict mediations, you guys had shared at a previous hearing that 4 to 5 mediations involve guns. And so my question is, what happens when a conflict is mediated and there's guns present that are clearly illegal guns, meaning you have juveniles who are in possession of these guns? What is the standard operating procedure as to what the employees do after mediating that conflict?
So as we've shared in other settings, and as we continue to share what the purview of Safe Streets is that they are there to mediate conflicts and to de-escalate when there is a conflict that could result in violence, or following a violent incident to be able to mediate following that incident to prevent retaliation, so there's not any more violence and escalation in gun violence. But there is a separation between the work that Safe Streets does versus the work that law enforcement does, and there has to be that understanding between what that separation is for the credibility and safety of the staff of the program. that credibility allows him to go into spaces and places to be able to intervene and have those conversations where violence does not happen, even with the presence of weapons. So when there is a weapon present, their role is to put themselves between parties that could be either the person inflicting violence or someone who is injured by violence and prevent that from happening, and maintaining that credibility so that the violence does not erupt and there's no ongoing conflicts between those parties. And so if there are weapons that are seen in those moments, no, they are not communicating that with law enforcement. It is important that they do not do that because it maintains their credibility in the community and ability to go and to mediate those conflicts. And there are separate duties that law enforcement has versus what Safe Streets has for when there are weapons present.
Right, I understand. So is there ever a scenario where a Safe Streets worker would confiscate a gun
No.
from somebody on the street?
No.
Gotcha. Okay. Anybody have any questions? Go ahead, Councilman Torrance.
I just want a quick follow-up because I know what you just said, but I just want to make sure that people understand the distinction that, one, they don't confiscate weapons, but the next question is, if they do witness violence, do they participate in the criminal justice system if they do witness that violence? I just want to make sure that it's clear that, like, as a witness, if they saw it actually happen. There's been instances where there would probably have to happen, and I just want to make sure the public understands that that is a possibility and that that's why they're interrupting to avoid that conversation. And if we did have incidents, have we tracked when those incidents have occurred?
I am not aware of any instances where Safe Street staff has participated in the criminal justice process of witnessing violence. I also would say that that also would probably bring a lot of questions to their credibility if they were a participant in that process. And where there are incidents witnessed or intervened, it is essential for those individuals who are participating in that to remain anonymous. So if those things happen, that Safe Streets will maintain that anonymity of the people involved. But I'm not aware to be able to speak to a clear response to whether or not there's ever been an instance where Safe Streets has participated.
Thank you. And my last question is regarding a process that your predecessor had said at a previous hearing, and I think you were on the team as well at that point. It's very clear, based on what we've seen, that there's certain locations that have had tremendous successes over the years and certain ones that have struggled and haven't had those same. So we've seen data where in some places there's been tremendous success, like we just saw recently, but then we've also seen in some locations where crime and shootings have actually gone up. And so in response to that, your predecessor said that over a 2-year period, if a site could not really get its act together and have that impact on the community where they're seeing a reduction in crime, that site would no longer remain the site, and that those resources would be allocated elsewhere, either to another site or to another location or another team. Are you continuing that commitment that a site that goes 2 years and is seeing an uptick in crime and is not being successful and is struggling like some of the locations have, that you too would also close that down and reallocate that to another spot or to form a new team to hopefully turn that around?
One thing I would clarify, when you say reduction in crime, Safe Streets is not single-handedly responsible for reductions in crime. They're specifically focused on gun violence. And so while we look at other public safety metrics to understand what's happening within a certain geography so that we can provide our technical assistance and so that we can troubleshoot issues with them, I want to be really careful about this idea that we would just be thinking about a total reduction in crime and that being connected to whether or not a Safe Street site would get funding or not. I'll tell you where, from a leadership position, where we currently are and what my focus is. We are actively stabilizing and staffing our sites. And I fully expect that when we get to the point of stabilization and staffing, We want to make sure we can hold on to the good progress that we've made in many of the sites that we've made. We just had the first empirical evaluation of Safe Streets since 2018. We hadn't even evaluated prior to the Scott administration the rapid expansion of Safe Streets in 2019 to understand how did it look when we went to 10 sites. And so that evaluation happened. We got those results. We need to be really intentional about how we do that. And so, no, Councilman, I'm not, I wouldn't say that that's something I'm comfortable committing to right now, but we are actively assessing with the commitment of evolving the model and making sure that the implementation of the model is effective in every single community where it exists.
All right, so can you share those results with the committee?
The Johns Hopkins study that came out last year?
Whatever data you have, I assume
Absolutely.
you guys are getting, because that's another thing that we learned at the last hearing. I think it was the member from Catholic Charities that said about how on a daily basis they communicate, they report to MONSE. Is that still happening? I know that hearing was a while ago, but.
Our teams are in touch frequently. I mean, we have standing meetings with the site staff and community-based providers, and we're spending time on the ground with our sites as part of our technical assistance provision. I don't know, Crystal, if there's anything that you would add to that specifically, but I know the last hearing that we had, if I'm thinking of the same one, was quite some time ago. So I know there's been a lot of work that's happened since then, and we're committed to continuing to do this work.
Right, so are there daily reports from each of the sites given to MONSE, like they indicated at that last hearing?
I think you're referring to what's entered into the case management system, and this is what we collect to create the report that you saw on the presentation. So what we use that information to do is to create reports like this to give and tell the story of the work that's happening on a daily basis at each of the sites. So it's not necessarily data that's given to us on a daily basis. It's entered into the case management system and used to share what work is done in the community, whether it's mediations, if there are referrals to services, community events that are held by sites. These are the information that we're looking at to determine what the sites are doing, the impacts that they're making.
Gotcha. Okay. And so just to make sure, like sorry, go ahead.
Just to clarify, so we track, it's daily tracking of coming up from the sites, mediations, and any other programming they do, and then from BPD's data, any incidents.
Okay, so are you able to provide like that kind of data to the council to show us like what those daily reports like look like, how many conflicts, to show like that there's not like just a gap in, in work being done, or that, they didn't take a week off? Is there a way we can see that just like we do with BPD on every level?
Outside of what you saw in the reports that we currently provide?
Yeah, I'm talking about like just, these daily reports that you're.
It's not like a standalone report. I think by daily reports, these are things that are digitally entered.
Right.
And so it's not like a form that they're filling out.
Right. So what was the data you had mentioned, the Johns Hopkins report? So what was that report based on? What data?
That was a social science study, which did an analysis, like a statistical analysis that I'm not going to be able to eloquently share with you right now. But that study was looking at implementation of Safe Street sites from the time that they opened through at some point last year to understand the impacts on public safety. And then it also included a cost-benefit analysis to understand what the public gets from their investment in Safe Streets, and it was a very positive evaluation, and we across the board saw positive public safety outcomes from that evaluation. We also saw some inconsistencies across the implementation of Safe Streets, and I think for me as a leader of this agency, that affirmed the work that we're doing is important. We have to make sure we're standardizing processes and we're making sure the program's consistently effective, not resting on our laurels.
Gotcha. So can you provide the information that was used for that report to be created, so we can see that and get a better understanding location by location of that data rather than the top level? So whatever data was provided to Hopkins or whoever did that study, can you provide that same raw data to the council?
We would need to look into that and get back to you. I think the reason we intentionally provide aggregate level data is because of some of the privacy and sensitive information that we referenced earlier.
And just to clarify, sir, so we have aggregate weekly reports. So that would, in effect, that shows what you're asking for, and it's aggregated reports that we send out weekly.
So you're saying we can get everything that whoever did the study got?
I'm distinguishing between the raw data and our weekly reports that aggregate up at a weekly cadence what's happening at the sites. So that's, so that's not sharing
but you
all
said
the underlying raw data, but it's giving you...
I really just want to like kind of take a look. I like looking at data. I do it across multiple agencies all the time. And so, you know, being that, you know, the study was done and the data was shared outside of the city, surely I would assume that the oversight committee inside the city council, the one that's responsible for oversight over taxpayer dollars, would have the same access to that data.
I think there may be an assumption made about the kind of data that was provided to Hopkins to conduct that evaluation. I'm happy to look into that with my team and get back to you, but I don't know that the data that you're requesting is data that was provided to Hopkins in the fashion that you're asking for it.
I'm just asking to receive it in the same way Hopkins received it, with all the same information they received. Just take whatever email and data was forwarded to them, just forward it right over to the committee so we can review it in the same manner.
Like I said, we'll look into what data was shared. That evaluation predates my time, so I'm not sure offhand what was shared, but I'm happy to look into it and get back to you. We want to share everything that we possibly can that's not outside of legal limits to share with publicly.
Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay, we will recess this hearing. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for waiting out the last hearing. Have a good night. Thank you.